The following video is based upon true crime content. Therefore, it may contain images and/or language that some find disturbing. For this reason, viewer discretion is advised. I told y'all, I said watch them start dropping pieces during the day. Watch them go on break and they'll drop the morning session, or at lunchtime they'll drop right before lunch. Didn't I say that? Didn't I say that? And you guys were like, no, Carrie, they're not going to do that. Well, we're back and we're live. And we're so ready for this trial to continue so that we can all watch it together. We do, however, have another 15 minutes. And I don't want to leave anyone out. And I don't want to tick any of our viewers off. So we are going to wait for that 15 minutes for everyone to get here. According to what's been dropped so far, it does look like there's about, what did I say, 3 hours? 3 hours there, another hour there. Right now, we're only looking at 4 hours worth of coverage today, which means I think we're going to get another video that they drop before, because it's 4:30 right now, their time. So I think we'll probably get another couple of hours at least from their afternoon session. We'll see. I don't know. So let's talk about this giraffe in Detroit. Can we talk about that? Because we talked about it a little bit this morning. There was a giraffe, a real giraffe head hanging out of the back of a pickup truck in Detroit this morning or earlier this week. And it was because the taxidermy was transporting it. And no harm was done. The giraffe died of natural causes at the zoo. So that's good to know. That made me feel a lot better. But yeah, the giraffe had passed away, and they were just taking the top portion of it to the taxidermy. And the only way they could transport it, apparently, was out of a pickup truck. How are y'all doing this evening? Can y'all hear me? Welcome in, welcome in. Okay, just checking. Y'all talk to each other. Y'all don't even talk to me. It's like I said, I told you I could be here. I could put up static and y'all would still be here talking to each other. Y'all wouldn't skip a beat either. Y'all wouldn't even say, oh, what happened to Carrie? She put up static. Nope. Oh, he has a live baby cat kangaroo too. Oh. Hey, Cheryl. Hey, Blanco. Hey, Mark. We missed you this morning, Blanco. Northwest, I know. Northwest, did you hold on? Did you wait for us, or did you start watching already? Carrie who? See? I told y'all. Hey, Bama. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. And, of course, my Bama and Laura, my two trusted mods. Susan, Mark. We were trying to get you to come out of your timeout room earlier, Mark. We were trying to call you in, but you weren't listening to us. Anna. Sald Girl. How'd you get that name, Sald Girl? What time does it start? We're going to start at 3:45 Central Standard Time. Oh, you went to the dentist? Oh, I'm so sorry. I knew you cheated. Northwest. I knew you couldn't handle it. So anyway, yeah, they started dropping pieces of the trial. I guess I should explain myself for those of you who were not with us earlier today, but the judge is not allowing them to actually live stream the trial, even though Fox 2 is in there. They're making them do it on a delay. Probably because of the fact that there's kids involved. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know. I don't know this judge that well. So we were all thinking, are we? Because one of the things that they were had to wait till the end of the day when the jury went home, which didn't make no sense to me. Made no sense. It has nothing to do with the jury. It has to do with the public seeing images of that the judge doesn't want us to see. So, of course, they did what I thought they were going to do, and they started dropping sections. So they dropped the morning session, and then they've dropped a little bit of, I don't know if it was before or after lunch section. So hopefully tomorrow what we can do is we can be here by noon tomorrow and pick up and then keep going. And we should be able to get to hopefully the whole trial tonight, with that being said. Hopefully. If you guys can stay up a little late. I don't know how long we're going to be on. At least a good 4 hours. So yeah, I'm stalling because I told everybody 3:45 and it's only 3:35. And I don't want to start early because I don't want anybody to get mad at me. So I'm ready to, Cheryl. I want to see this, how this is going to play out. Again, I want to go back to discuss her and her hubby. And I want to know what you guys think. Do you think her husband's going to testify? Do you think she's going to testify? I think even if the defense didn't call her husband, the prosecution would. Don't y'all think? Because is there a law? Does that law apply in Michigan where the spouse can't testify against one another? No, he wasn't there, but I'm talking about them ask her questions about her drinking problem. Because I think the prosecution, once they start to go there, they're going to dive into the fact that she's an alcoholic. And they're going to show a pattern. Because you remember we got witnesses coming up saying that there was a pattern of her drinking a lot. Can testify to actions. Her problem is not relevant at trial. You think so? You think her character doesn't matter? See, this is the part of the law I don't understand. Oh, Cheryl, I see you. I see you, Cheryl. When they interviewed her. Do y'all want to watch that interview real quick before we start? The wind's starting to gear up here. It'll be okay. I think we'll be fine. Let me pull that up real quick, you guys. I want to see that part. Find her interview. You'd think I would have marked it, but I did not. Do you guys think we're done with watching all the horrible footage of the aftermath? I think that's the tough part. I know I had her interview on this. I'm trying to find the interview that I had on this piece there. I was almost... Yep, there it is. I see it. Okay. Duh, I do have it on here. Let me share screen. This will kill a little bit of time while we're waiting everybody to come in. waiting for everybody to come in. I have not been up that long. I took a really hard nap, you guys. Really hard nap, and I needed it.
It was described as a war zone.
The attorney representing 8 people injured in the horrific crash at the Swan Boat Club releasing these pictures of the aftermath. It happened during a children's birthday party at the boat club when 66-year-old Marshella Chidester allegedly drove drunk into the building at a high rate of speed.
A month ago. I don't know how I didn't catch this. Okay, here it is.
Well, tonight, a 7 exclusive. For the first time, we are hearing from the driver charged in the Swan Boat Club tragedy, Marshella Chidester, telling us her version of what happened the day she drove her SUV straight into that club. The surveillance video capturing the SUV heading toward the building before it crashed into a birthday party going inside. 2 young children, a brother and sister, were killed. Well, tonight, Chidester telling 7 News Detroit reporter Ruta Olsonida she does not remember what happened behind the wheel.
Why did you decide to sit down with us?
I wanted to just let people know, that I'm so very, very disturbed about the situation, and I don't remember what happened. I can only say that I've been praying for everyone that's been injured.
The driver charged in the Swan Boat Club tragedy, 66-year-old Marshella Chidester, sat down with me at her home just feet from the boat club to discuss what happened behind the wheel. On April 20th, prosecutors say Marshella was drunk and drove her car into the boat club, killing siblings Zayn and Alanah Phillips, injuring over a dozen people who were all attending a children's birthday party. She's charged with second-degree murder and operating under the influence, causing death. Marshella is a longtime member of the club.
I would never, ever do anything intentional. Never. I mean, that's just not me. And especially to a boat club that I love so much, and I have family and friends there.
Marshella claims she doesn't remember anything due to her medical conditions, which include
She wouldn't do anything to the boat club. Not to the children, but to the boat club.
neuropathy and heart problems. She also says she has a history.
All right, where's this monitor you're talking about, you guys? See, I don't see it on her. Cheryl, is this that interview you were talking about, honey?
Of seizures, and her memory goes out during her episodes, which is what she says believes happened that day.
I think I had a seizure. I think that the same thing that my husband said that I did when I have a seizure is just go straight. And I think when I got in the car, that's what happened. I just had the seizure.
I put the car
Probably put my foot on the accelerator, and
I had the seizure. I backed the car into the neighbor's truck. I put the car in drive. I had another seizure, and I went straight into the boat club.
crashed into the building.
The prosecution disagrees as
Okay, I want to go back a little bit here. I'm being biased, I know. I should present better. I know. She put her foot on the accelerator and she had a seizure. Lady, you're drunk. Oh, see? Just like everybody from the boat club who came forward and said they saw you all the time, wasted. You left the club wasted and had to be helped out of the building, driven home, walked home, whatever it was. You're an alcoholic and you need to admit that you're an alcoholic because it's going to come out in court.
Foot on the accelerator and
What she said.
crashed into the building.
the prosecution disagrees, as made clear in her arraignment a few weeks ago.
There was a preliminary breath test done, which indicated that her blood alcohol level was significantly over the legal limit.
I have a perfect record. I don't even have a parking ticket. I don't have any kind of DUI or speeding ticket.
I wanted to
It's as if she's saying, perfect record, lady, you just never gotten caught before now. And it's so tragic that
to ask why she got behind the wheel that day, about her alcohol use, but when I tried,
April 20th. Just tell me about your entire day and what you did.
but were interrupted by her attorney, who says the truth will come out in court and that she cannot speak to things she doesn't remember.
there you go.
I want strict facts.
Remains at home with an ankle
Okay, there
monitor.
it is.
That's a point the family of the victims is
So she had a scarf on it. I see what you're talking about.
and remains at home with an ankle monitor.
I don't know if that would be enough, though, to keep them from tracking her. And I doubt it. Because it's only folded it's folded a couple times, it looks like. I don't know. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Good evening, sunshine. 14 months on the crazy train has been a beautiful thing. Well, hello, Miss Barbara Sills. It's good to see you again. Glad to have you back. Thank you for being with us for 14 months. That's a long time. Yep, it was stated that her speed was 44 miles per hour. And her speed was steadily rising before impact to the clubhouse. So anyway, yeah. Thank you, Cheryl, for bringing that to our attention. I did not even look. I didn't catch it. I saw it, obviously, but I did not catch it.
That's a point the family of the victims is furious about, and they are still dealing with the devastation of knowing they will never see their two children again.
We honestly still can't believe that she's still free.
So they're going to file a lawsuit even though. So that's that part. Yeah, why was she set free, you guys? I can't believe that. I can't believe that they let her out on bond, but I guess they have to. Alrighty, I'm going to switch over here to the trial feed. What time is it? It's 3:46. Y'all ready to rock and roll? Let's do this. This is day 2, part 1.
Good morning, welcome back. You may be seated. Next witness.
Your Honor, do you want to address the last missing juror for the record or no? Okay. We'll call Captain John Barr, Judge.
Thank you, Laura, for gifting membership. Stop doing that. You don't have to do that. You do enough.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Sir.
Watch yourself. Yes, sir. And make sure you check. Thanks, sir. State your name and spell your last name, please.
John DeBar. D-E, B as boy, A-R-R.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. DeBar, how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Frenchtown Fire Department as a captain and a paramedic.
How long have you been with the Frenchtown Fire Department?
Just over 20 years.
Any other experience as a first responder?
I started my career in Bedford Township, 1998 till 2004.
So all told, how long have you been a first responder?
Approximately 26 years.
You indicated that you are a paramedic.
Yes, sir.
How long have you been a paramedic?
Approximately 23 years.
And were you employed as a firefighter and a paramedic on April 20th of 2024?
Yes, sir.
How were you assigned on that day?
I was the shift commander in charge of the day's operations.
What, I guess for those of us that aren't in the industry, what does shift commander for days operation actually mean?
Excuse me, I'm responsible for the emergent, non-emergent response to all calls for service within the township, outside of the township, as well as general supervision associated with the personnel that are assigned to that platoon.
As a supervisor, do you respond to all the calls, or is it sort of depend on the nature of the call?
Yes, sir. It depends on the nature of the call. The higher priority calls are typically the incidents that I would respond to.
And when you say higher priority, does that mean more serious?
Yes, sir. Okay. Serious in nature.
And were you dispatched to the Swan Boat Club on April 20th, 2024?
I was.
And do you recall what that dispatch was?
Yes, sir. Berlin Township Fire Department was dispatched to the Swan Boat Club on the report of a vehicle through the building with multiple persons injured on the ground, as well as a possible child entrapment.
Is Swan Boat Club in your jurisdiction?
No, sir, it is not.
You were brought in as extra help?
Yes, sir, we were.
And when you received that dispatch, do you recall where you were?
Yes, sir. I was at Station 1, getting ready to pull out of the parking lot to perform some general errands for the day.
And how did you respond to that dispatch?
I responded to my department-issued vehicle with my emergency lights and siren activated to the scene, approximately 9 minutes.
Do you know about what time you arrived on scene?
I believe it would have been about 3:15.
Were there other first responders or law enforcement already there?
Yes, sir. I pulled in with Berlin Fire Department's first arriving unit, as well as the sergeant from the Monroe County Sheriff's Office.
So you were very early to the scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you please describe what you observed when you arrived at Swan Boat Club?
Once I parked my vehicle, I noticed the large hole in the side of the building. Numerous people on the exterior of the building looking for help, asking for help, as well as an individual being attended to on the right side of the building, or right side of the opening.
Do you know who that would be?
That would have been Zayn Phillips.
And did you enter the boat club?
I did, sir.
How did you enter the boat club?
Through the opening that was created by the vehicle.
What did you see when you entered?
Equal amount of chaos on the inside. To my right were three individuals, two of them, two females sitting in the chair and one female lying on the floor.
Did you interact yourself with any of the injured victims?
No, sir. I was able to ascertain that they were conscious, alert, breathing, and not in need of immediate medical attention.
Is that because of your role as a supervisor?
Yes, sir. As a senior paramedic on scene and first arriving, my responsibilities typically would be to triage or categorize the nature of injuries associated with each victim and arrange for the transport of those victims as appropriate.
And so you were ultimately involved in determining who went by ambulance or life flight if necessary?
Yes, sir, I was.
Do you recall if anybody was life flighted that day?
Yes, sir. I believe that would have been Zayn Phillips.
That is the son that survived. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And nobody else was transported via life flight?
No, sir.
Is that because it was determined their injuries were not so severe that they needed that?
For the totality of the injuries, I believe we transported 7 total patients. 1 went by air ambulance. 2 air ambulances were requested at the scene. The crew of the initial aircraft assisted in advanced life support procedures with Zayn in the back of a Frenchtown ambulance.
So you requested a second as you call it, air ambulance. I call it the life flight. I'll call it air ambulance. Sorry. You requested a second one, but that was ultimately not used?
Correct. The crew was utilized, but the aircraft was not.
Why was that not used?
Those individuals from that aircraft were tasked with assisting in the resuscitation efforts with Zayn.
But he did not survive?
No, sir.
So he had deceased on the scene?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how many victims were transported by ambulance?
6 total by ground, 1 by air ambulance.
And do you know where those victims were sent, the ones that went? Do you know where the victim that was life flighted went, where Jaden went?
Jaden was transported by aircraft to University of Michigan Mott's Children's Hospital.
Okay. And out of the road ambulances, where were those victims transported to?
Miss Dodds was transported by a Frenchtown ambulance to Corwell, Trenton. I believe it was Miss Stith was transported by a Huron Valley ambulance crew to Corwell, Trenton. And then I believe we had 2 additional patients, Miss Rath and Richards, were transported by a Rockwood ambulance to Wyandotte Hospital. And then Mr. Smothers was transported by a Monroe Community ambulance to Detroit Children's Hospital.
Were some victims able to transport themselves?
That is my understanding.
So you wouldn't have been involved in that? They would have gotten a ride or driven themselves?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So you referenced where you saw people injured in there. Do you know specifically where Miss Leah Stith was located initially?
I believe Miss Stith was at the base of the bar, almost to the end on the right side if you were facing the bar from the hole that had been created in the side of the building, laying on her back, being attended to by a male individual.
And what about Mr. Edward Smothers? Do you know where he was initially located?
I believe Mr. Smothers was in the breezeway, more or less in the center of the breezeway, sitting in an upright position. He had a obvious deformity to his right leg. He had some injuries to his face that were bleeding.
When you say obvious deformity, are you indicating what appears to be a broken?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Diane Medina, do you know where Miss Medina was found?
I believe Miss Medina was just to the left of Miss Stith, just to the rear of the vehicle.
So that would also be along the bar?
Yes, sir, at the base of the bar.
And lastly, do you know where Zayn Phillips was located?
Jaden, it is my understanding that he was thrown over the top of the bar and was located to the left, down below some of the debris.
Are you saying that Jaden was hit by the car and thrown actually over the bar, but was found underneath it or behind it?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Were you involved in providing any aid to Zayn Phillips?
No, sir. The only interaction I had with him was my initial assessment of him as I was entering the building. And then when I exited the building, I did stop and check for a pulse on Zayn.
And at that point, did he still have a pulse?
He did. However, it was weak and thready.
Do you know where Zayn was originally located?
I am not aware of where Zayn originally was located.
Because he had already been extricated by
Yes,
that
sir.
time? Okay. And what about Alanah Phillips? Do you know where she was located?
Miss Phillips, when I was triaging Mr. Smothers and Miss Dodds, it was made aware to me that Alanah was somewhere in the vicinity of the vehicle. When I moved some of the debris, I was able to locate her at the corner of the door, just in front of the vehicle.
Were you able to remove her?
I was not.
Why is that?
Based on my training, education, and experience, I was able to determine that the injuries she had sustained were not compatible with life.
It was fatal.
Yes, sir.
Are you issued a camera that you wear daily?
No, sir.
All right. No further questions, Judge.
Cross. All right. May this witness be excused.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Next witness, Judge People call Deputy Stephen Schmidt.
No cross on him, huh? Interesting.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Sir.
I'm glad the kids didn't suffer long. That's all I have to say about that.
Deputy, would you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Deputy Stephen Schmidt, Steven Schmidt.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Deputy, what do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer for the Monroe County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked for the Monroe County Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 5 years.
Okay. Did you have any law enforcement jobs before that?
I did.
And what was that?
I worked for the Dundee Police Department for approximately 2.5 years.
Did you have any law enforcement jobs before that?
I did.
What was that?
I worked for the Riverview Police Department for just a short amount of time, approximately 9 months.
Okay. So you've been a law enforcement officer just over 8 years?
Around there.
Okay. And were you working for the Sheriff's Department on April 20th?
I was.
And what was your assignment back then?
I was assigned to road patrol.
Okay. Since then, you've been promoted to a specialized division within the sheriff's office?
Yes.
So you're no longer a road patrol deputy?
No, I'm assigned to the Detective Bureau.
And currently, you have all the training, certification, and educations necessary to be a certified police officer in the state of Michigan?
I do.
And all those are up to date as of now?
Yes.
And they were up to date on April 20th?
Yes, sir.
And what was your assignment on April 20th?
I was assigned to Road Patrol, District 1, which would be North County.
Okay. And in road patrol, you respond to calls for service?
Yes. If somebody calls, we go.
Did you receive a call for service that brought you here to testify today?
I did.
And what was the nature of that call?
It was for a vehicular crash at the Swan Boat Club.
And did you respond?
I did.
What did you see when you arrived?
Upon arrival, it was pure chaos when I got there. There were people running around, injured people, people lying on the ground. One of my first observations was a large hole in the side of the boat club where a vehicle had driven through it. Upon walking up, I saw a small child who he didn't appear to be breathing.
Where was he located?
In the grass, just outside of the hole in the wall in the side of the boat club.
So as you're assessing the scene, what do you do to orient yourself?
Well, the first thing I try to do was just kind of find a place wherever I could help. That being with first aid as best as I could.
And where did you wind up within the overall scene?
So Conservation Officer Ingersoll, he was in the breezeway area between the bar and almost like the foyer type area. He was asking for help. He was with a small child who had a significant leg injury.
Okay. Was there anybody else in the breezeway area when you went in?
There was a middle-aged female. She was sitting up against the wall.
And what was her state?
She was in and out of consciousness from what I remember.
And so at least initially when you arrived on scene, you just tried to assist with first aid of the victims as you could see needed.
Yes.
Eventually, did you make contact with Sergeant Bomia?
I did.
And what was his position on the scene in regards to the sheriff's office?
So he was the shift supervisor at the time.
So at the time, was he the commanding officer on scene, for lack of a better term?
Yes, he was the officer in charge.
Did he give you any direction?
He did. He advised me that he had the driver of the vehicle seated in the rear of his patrol vehicle. And at that time, he asked me if I would start an investigation for the crash with the driver.
Okay. Did he give you any direction in what kind of investigation to perform?
Yes, there were some cues for a possible intoxicated driver. So that was the investigation that I conducted.
Okay. So at this point, you've been a law enforcement officer for 8 years.
Correct.
All of them road patrol.
Correct.
Had you conducted an OWI investigation prior to that day?
I have.
About how many?
Personally, somewhere in the range of about 50 myself. Plus, I've also trained other new deputies and new officers and been part of their OWI operating while intoxicating investigations, as well as assisting other officers at the sheriff's office.
So do you receive specialized training specifically to OWI investigations at the police academy?
We do.
And as part of being a police officer, do you take updates to that training throughout the course of your employment?
Yes, we do.
And you did as being a police officer for those 8 years?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive any specialized training beyond the academy and those subsequent educations in OWI investigation?
Yes. So I attended A-RIDE training, or Advanced Roadside Impaired Driving training, in approximately August of 2022.
Okay, and if you could just explain to the jury briefly what that is outside of its name.
So it's just a more specialized training. They teach you some different techniques for sobrieties, besides the main three that are recognized by National Highway Traffic Safety Administration as being like the three primary SFSTs or sobriety tests.
Okay, so I know the term sobriety is SFST, sobriety test. Explain to the jury just a little bit what a sobriety test is, what its purpose is.
So a sobriety test is essentially a divided attention test. Somebody that's under the influence of alcohol or narcotics, they might not be able to focus on instructions, plus then at the same time being able to actually conduct the test.
So you use the term SFST or standardized field sobriety test.
Correct.
What are those in the state of Michigan?
So in the state of Michigan, there are three. The first being the horizontal gaze nystagmus, or what's an eye test. The second being it's called one leg stand. Essentially, you stand on either foot of choosing. You lift the other leg slightly off the ground with your hands at your sides, and you're asked to count numbers. The third being walk and turn. Walk and turn, essentially, you walk a certain steps down. You take a small series of steps to turn yourself around, and then you walk back to the starting point.
And those are the standardized field sobriety tests in Michigan
Correct.
that all officers are trained on.
Correct.
Specifically as to the eye test, the horizontal gaze nystagmus, what are you taught to look for on that test?
So you're taught to look for what's called nystagmus, or an involuntary jerk of your pupils. Somebody who is under the influence, they will tend to, somebody that's sober, your eyes will roll smoothly across your head. Somebody who's under the influence, when they're focusing on the cue, which a pen or the tip of your finger, you'll actually see that their pupils actually jerk from side to side, which shows an impairment.
When conducting these tests, you're not just looking at the results of the test, are you?
No.
What else are you looking at?
You're looking for other cues for intoxication, whether it's bloodshot, watery eyes, whether their inability to stand on their own or keep balance, if they're slurring their speech, their inability to follow simple directions, etc.
So with this training, you approach Sergeant Bomia's vehicle. Is that right?
Correct.
What do you find when you get there?
Well, the defendant was seated in the rear of Sergeant Bomia's vehicle. So that's where I located her at, was in the rear of his patrol vehicle.
What did you do once you located her?
Once I located her, I began to talk to her, ask what her name is, ask if she's injured, just basic questions.
What are the things you're looking for just in asking the basic questions?
Well, immediately you're looking for signs of intoxication, whether they have, like I said, bloodshot, watery eyes. Do they smell like alcohol or intoxicants? Are their clothes disheveled? Have they vomited or urinated on themselves? Just basic signs like that.
So these visual basic signs that you look for in an OWI investigation, did you observe any of them in the defendant that day?
Yes.
Which ones?
So at that time, I could smell the odor of intoxicants coming from her, bloodshot, watery eyes, and then later on, inability to keep balance.
Okay. So you had a brief conversation with her as she's seated in the back of the patrol vehicle.
Correct.
And then at some point, you make a determination you're going to attempt standardized field sobriety testing.
I do. I asked her if she'd be willing to consent to take some sobriety tests, and she agreed to do so.
Okay. And what did you do with the defendant then?
I had her exit the patrol vehicle. Upon exiting the patrol vehicle, she was having problems with balance. So she used my arm to kind of hold herself up while I walked her to the rear of the patrol vehicle. Before that, during our medical questionnaire, I was informed that she does have neuropathy in her hands and feet.
And what's your understanding of the result of that?
The understanding of neuropathy?
Yes.
I wouldn't object. He's not a medical professional with the foundation that he knows what neuropathy is.
That's why I asked him what his understanding of it is. I'm not asking for an expert opinion. I'm asking with what his understanding of it is, how did that affect how he treated the defendant?
I think that makes sense. He's not giving an expert opinion. The objection is overruled.
And as far as what in my experience of somebody with neuropathy, it's something that's neurological, numbing in their hands or feet or legs.
How does that impact the way you conduct your OWI investigation as it pertains to sobriety tests?
So I think immediately at that time that took the one leg stand and the walk and turn kind of off the table for me. I didn't feel like she'd be in any condition to try to perform those tests at that time.
And that's because she had self-reported neuropathy and you had witnessed her exhibiting a lack of ability to balance.
Correct.
Even if someone hadn't reported a medical condition, with that lack of balance, how would you approach the standardized field sobriety tests?
In her condition that she was that day?
Yes, or just in general.
So always whenever I have conducted a OWI investigation, I think one of the most important things is to see if they're able to conduct any of the physical tests. If they're able to, no prior injuries or anything that would prohibit them from doing so, then I think that would be sufficient to complete those tests.
So if someone's experiencing a lack of balance, would you ask them to do the one leg stand?
Most likely not.
Why not?
Their safety is paramount for me. I don't want them falling over or tripping on themselves or injuring themselves any further.
And what about the walk and turn?
The walk and turn is the same way. If somebody's having a hard time walking, I don't want to make them walk 8 steps down, take a turn, and then walk 8 steps back towards me. The last thing I want is for somebody to fall into traffic and injure themselves.
But that's not the case with the HGN, right? With the horizontal gaze nystagmus? Correct. Did you attempt to conduct that on the defendant?
I did.
And how did that work out?
I tried a few different times. The defendant was not able to focus on the stimulus, which was my finger. So I wasn't able to actually complete that test.
What do you mean she wasn't able to focus?
So when I held my finger up in front of her face, I was moving it back and forth, and she was failing to follow my finger. She was just staring directly at me.
So she wasn't. What do you tell someone with the stimulus when you're conducting an HGN?
I tell them to follow it with their eyes, and their eyes only don't move their head.
Okay. And was she able to follow it with her eyes?
No.
Did she turn her head one way or the other to try to follow it?
At some point, she was trying to use her head to follow it, but ultimately, she was unable to complete the test.
Okay. You talk about things you look for in conducting sobriety tests. Her behavior in that test, is that any way significant to you with your experience and training?
It could be, yes.
And how?
In prior experiences, I've had people that were impaired. They were unable to follow the stimulus while conducting that test. Just because you can't follow the stimulus or complete the test doesn't mean that that's not a sign of intoxication or impairment.
And that's part of following instructions too, is that correct?
Yes.
So you were only able to attempt one standardized field sobriety test. Are there any other sobriety tests you give in in the event that somebody's unable to conduct the physical portions?
Yes. Typically, if somebody's unable to complete the physical portions, I'll go with a mental one, somebody that it's a test that they're able to do without doing anything physically.
Did you do so in this case?
I did.
And what test did you administer?
So I had the defendant recite the alphabet A to Z without singing.
Was she able to do that?
She was able to complete that test.
Okay. And did you do any other cognitive tests?
I did.
And what was that?
I did a number counting test. I gave her instructions. I asked her to start from 100 and count backwards to 88.
Was she able to effectuate that test?
She was not.
What were
You guys, I just had a thought. If her attorney is going to question the BAL, the blood alcohol level, then of course he's going to undercross this witness, right? Let's see if he does.
the results of that test?
Would I be able to refresh myself with those results? Okay. So as far as the results of that test, she was able to count backwards from 100 back to 91, and then back up to 100. And then from there, she skipped over 88 and then was counting in the 70s and began descending in the 70s from 78 to 72.
Okay. And the initial instruction was to count backwards from 100 to 88?
Correct.
At that point, did you do anything else in regards to a roadside OWI investigation?
No, that concluded the investigation.
What was, in your training and experience, what did you believe existed at that time?
Well, I believe that there was probable cause for impairment to make an arrest for operating while intoxicated at that time.
And what did you do with the defendant once you made that determination?
So I placed her in handcuffs, advised her she was under arrest, did handcuff her in front because earlier she advised that she had a wrist injury from the crash. And I didn't really want to handcuff her behind her back and strain herself or hurt herself any further. So I handcuffed her in front, and then she was placed in the rear of my patrol vehicle.
Okay. And that concluded your role in the OWI investigation at the scene?
At the scene, correct.
Did you remain on scene after that?
I did.
And what did you do?
At that time, I was just trying to do whatever I could to try to alleviate some of the duties from anybody that was there. Like I said before, it was a very chaotic situation. There were medical personnel running around everywhere, and I just wanted to make sure that, if anything was needed at that time, that I could be there and assist.
Okay. At some point, did you interact with Deputy Karina of the Sheriff's Department?
I did.
And what was the nature of that interaction?
So Deputy Karina wanted to do some further investigation of the whole incident with the defendant.
Deputy Karina wanted to continue the OWI investigation?
Correct.
And he did so?
Correct.
And you stood by while that happened?
I did.
Okay. And also during that time, you dealt with other folks at the scene?
I did.
Witnesses, is that correct?
Yes.
And other police officers?
Yes.
At some point, were you told to leave the scene?
I was.
And who directed you to do that?
That would have been Sergeant Bomeo.
And what instruction did he give you?
He asked me to take the defendant to the hospital so we can do the blood draw for the OWI investigation.
So just explain to the jury roughly, what does that mean?
So after somebody's placed under arrest for operating while intoxicated, there's a form that we have to read them. It's their chemical test. There's a DI 177, which is the state form. That's what it's named. And then DI 93. So the 177 is consent. So they give consent for chemical tests. The DI 93 would be they don't give consent. On the back of the paperwork, there's instructions. I read her the instructions, asked her if she'd be willing to take a chemical test, which at that time would be a blood draw, and then she would be transported to the hospital to get that blood draw conducted.
Okay. And did you in fact transport her to the hospital?
I did.
At this time, were you aware that this crash had fatalities?
I was semi-aware, but not to the full extent.
Okay. By the time you got to the hospital, were you aware?
Yes.
Okay. Does the sheriff's office have a policy on chemical testing when there's a fatal crash?
Yes. It's in best judgment to make sure that instead of doing a breath test, a blood draw is done.
And what about as it pertains to a consent blood draw?
I believe with the consent blood draw at that time, it would have been best practice to complete a search warrant for her blood regardless.
All right. And did you do so?
I did.
And what's involved, Deputy, in completing a search warrant for a blood draw at the hospital?
So we have a online form that we essentially fill out. That's our.
Your Honor, I would object to this area. Those are all questions of law that the court decides regarding the search warrant.
I'm not proffering it for its legality. I'm proffering it to explain the time frame between the crash and the blood draw.
I think the objection is overruled. I think what he's telling us is just the basic procedure, and I think that is appropriate.
Your Honor, I mean, the procedure I totally respect. It's just any contents, right? Thank you.
We won't get into it. So you have an online form.
Correct. We have an online form that's on our laptops. We fill all the form out. It's essentially everything I kind of just went over. What happened, the day, time, results of sobrieties, what sobrieties were conducted. And then after that, I have to contact whoever's the on-call prosecutor. They have to agree that there's enough probable cause there for the search warrant to be signed. And then I have to contact the on-call magistrate and have the actual search warrant signed and then sent back to me.
And April 20th, 2024 is a Saturday, is that correct?
Correct.
So you're dealing with all folks who are not at work.
Correct.
That's why you're using the term on-call, right?
Yes, sir. Everybody is not working during that time, so.
At least everybody who you would need for a search warrant.
Correct.
So any idea how long all that took, Deputy?
From the time of the crash to the time of the blood draw?
Well, just the time to prepare the search warrant and get it signed.
I don't know specifically, but it kind of is a time-consuming process.
Okay. And where do you typically in these types of situations do all that?
It's all done in the vehicle. I don't have access on any of the computers at the hospital to do anything like that. So it has to be done outside of the emergency room at the hospital.
Okay. Is it only upon your completion of those documents that you then enter the hospital?
Yes.
And is that what happened in this case?
Yes.
So you go to the scene, you investigate, you leave with the defendant, drive to the hospital, complete your paperwork. At this point, you finally get into the physical hospital.
Correct.
You take the defendant in with you?
Yes.
And were there any other law enforcement officers there?
Deputy Flint was there with me as well.
Okay. At this point, when you enter the hospital with the defendant, is this the first interaction the hospital has with you and the defendant? Do they know you're coming?
I don't believe they knew I was coming at that time. I don't recall though.
So once you enter the hospital, what's the procedure once you arrive in these types of cases?
So the procedure, anytime we take somebody in the hospital, they need to be ran through registration to get them registered to the hospital. And then after that, then whoever is working the front desk there in the back of the ER, they assign us where to go or assign us a room. In most of these cases, we go to the back. There's a seclusion room back there, which is away from everybody that's in the general area of the emergency room. So that's where I took her that day.
Is that where you were directed to take her?
Yes.
And you say she had to be, the defendant was registered at the hospital. Is that common in a OWI investigation blood draw?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any other reason the defendant would have been registered in the hospital that day?
Well, she had some injuries from the crash, specifically her wrist. And I needed to get that attended to before we could ever even think about leaving the hospital.
So you're not just there for a blood draw, but you're there for treatment for the defendant's injury.
Correct.
And you advise the hospital of that.
Yes.
Do you know why Deputy Flint was present also?
I believe Sergeant Bomia wanted another officer there, security reasons, and just make sure we had two sets of eyes on everything. So everything was all secure.
Is that typical in an OWI blood draw?
Sometimes, but not typically.
So in your 50 plus OWI investigations, have you ever been present for a blood draw before?
I have.
About how many times?
Probably the majority of those.
So is there a specialized procedure mandated by the state of Michigan and the Michigan State Police in conducting a blood draw for an OWI?
There is.
And how does that procedure start?
So there is paperwork that the hospital gives to me that needs to be filled out. One of them being the consent to draw form. I believe there's another piece of paper as well that I have to fill out there. And then after I do that, that's when I get a Michigan State Police blood kit.
So the initial paperwork you have to fill out, that has nothing to do with the legality of the draw. That's just for the hospital.
Correct. That's just for their own records and mandating.
And the Michigan State Police blood draw kit, what is that?
So it is it's a cardboard box that has a seal on it, like a sticker seal. And on the inside, there's contents of paperwork. There's the actual blood vial tubes that are contained in the box. And then there's a bag for at the end. That's where the actual tubes that come in the cardboard, they go into that bag, and then everything gets sealed into the box. And then you get another sticker, security sticker that you put on the outside.
So just by naming it a Michigan State Police blood draw kit, that kind of begs the question. But do you know who provides these kits and what their nature is across the state?
So we, as the sheriff's office, we keep our blood kits at the hospital.
So in other words, so you get them from the hospital?
Correct.
Do you, the sheriff's department, provide them to the hospital?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And who provides them to the sheriff's department?
I would guess somebody from command, but I'm not sure.
So are these standardized across the state? Do you know?
They are. Everybody in the state of Michigan uses the same kit.
Okay. So you obtain the kit in this instance from the emergency room, from the hospital.
Correct.
And they store them for the sheriff's office there.
Yes.
And that's what you did in this case, is that typical?
Yes,
You don't keep the kits in your car?
we do not.
Okay. When you obtained a kit in this case, was the kit sealed?
It was.
Did it appear to be in good order?
It did.
No dents, scratches, holes?
Nothing.
Did it appear typical of the kits you've seen in the past?
Yes.
Once you obtain the kit, well, in fact, it's just a demonstrative exhibit. Show this to you, Deputy. What is that?
This is a Michigan State Police blood kit.
And is that, at least so far, typical of what you would handle in every OWI blood draw investigation?
Yes.
And so once you obtain it from the hospital, what's the first thing you do?
Well, the first step is to open it up. The kits have a integrity seal that's already on it. This is how all kits come. Can I open it?
Sure.
Okay.
As you do that, Deputy, that day, did you break the seal on the kit?
No, Deputy Flint did that day.
Did he do that in your presence?
He did.
Did he open the box or simply cut the seal?
I believe he took the paperwork out and laid it on the table.
Okay. So if you could show the jury then what's inside the kit.
So inside of the kit, sorry, I'm trying to talk in the microphone here and show you. So inside of the kit, this is essentially what it looks like when you open it up. There's a blue piece of paper. It's an insert. It basically tells you the contents of the kit, what's inside of it. There are these two little plastic vials, which are used for urine sample collection. And in my almost 8 years of law enforcement, I've never collected urine on a chemical test. Also inside of the box, there are the blood tubes. They come in this little piece of cardboard. Take the blood tube out. I don't know if you guys can see that. There's like a little bit of like a powdery type agent in the bottom of the tube. That's essentially to keep the blood fresh. There's two tubes. They come like this. Also in the kit is the alcohol and drug determination sheet. This is carbon copy paperwork. There's 3 copies. It says on the bottom, the white copy, submit with the kit, the yellow copy, retained by the agency. So they're just like this. Sorry, there's 2 copies, not 3. Carbon copy. One goes with the kit, one gets retained by the agency.
And that's paperwork you have to fill out on the scene?
Correct.
What else is in the kit, Deputy?
There are labels for the specimens. So these labels get filled out by me, and then they get affixed to the side of the blood tubes by the phlebotomist after the draw. Also is a iodine prep pad. This is no alcohol. This is what gets used on the site when the phlebotomist does the draw, just so there's no questions about if there's going to be alcohol used on that site.
So just to back up to clarify that. So that's an iodine wipe that's included in the kit.
Correct.
And that you give that to the person who does the blood draw, the phlebotomist or the nurse?
Yes, sir.
And so that's so that the requirement is met that when the site is sterilized, there's no alcohol used.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What else is in the kit, Deputy?
there is a plastic bag with a big warning label on it. The reason for the big warning label is, as you can see, there is a small piece of almost like cloth in the bag. The reason for this being in the bag is if one of these blood tubes breaks while in this bag, this actual piece of cloth will absorb the blood and it can actually still be tested by the lab. So it's important that this actual piece actually gets left in there.
And what's the big warning label?
So the big warning label, it says important place blood tube holder containing filled blood tubes along with filled specimen bottles inside Ziploc bag, then squeeze out all excess air in closed bag. Note, do not remove liquid absorbing sheet.
Is there any other paperwork in the kit?
There is a shipping seal for when you're done.
Okay.
You can box everything back up.
All right. So initially, wait to box it back.
All right.
So initially, when you arrive, Deputy Flint opens the kit, begins to unpack the paperwork. So
Correct.
Specifically, the blood alcohol determination sheet.
Correct.
And what do you do with the paperwork?
So at that time, I take the paperwork and I start filling it out.
And where are you physically in the hospital as you're doing this?
So we are in the back of the emergency room in front of the seclusion room.
Okay. And you just have the kit unpacked on a table outside the seclusion room?
Correct.
And so at this point, you're waiting on someone to come do the blood draw.
Yes.
Okay. What happens then?
We wait for the phlebotomist to actually come down from upstairs. And at that time, we get moved to one of the actual emergency beds because the nurses and the doctor, they're aware that she actually needs some medical treatment for her wrist and from just the high collision impact of the crash. So we get moved to an emergency room. The phlebotomist meets us at the emergency room and then conducts the blood draw.
Okay. So at some point, you have to pack up the kit and move it to another room.
Correct.
So at that point, the paperwork is filled out and you're just waiting.
Correct.
So you used the demonstrative and you showed the jury what's all in the kit, but the specific kit that you had that day, is there any notable differences between it and the one you unpacked here in court today?
No, all the contents were the same.
Okay. Having done dozens of these before, was there anything about that kit that was dissimilar or incongruous to the kits you've seen before?
No, it was the same as any other kit I've seen.
Specifically as to the tubes, did you have an opportunity to inspect those?
I did take a look at them. Came just like this.
Okay. So the tubes appeared intact?
Everything was intact and everything was there.
And they appeared to have the seals intact and the preservatives in them?
Correct.
So you had mentioned about the labels that come to go on the tubes. What at the site is done with those?
So at the site, they're filled out by me. And then I typically allow the phlebotomist to fill in the time, just so all the times are consistent with everything.
And so those tubes, those are just glass tubes. They don't have labels on them?
They do have something on them, but I'm going to be honest with you, I don't really know what it means. Just some
like a small label?
Yeah, just a small, it's got some medical type language on there.
Is that something you can fill out or just something that's already pre-printed?
That's just already on there.
Already pre-printed instructions or warnings or something like that?
Yeah. Potassium fluoride.
All right. And so...
Sodium fluoride, sorry.
No problem. And so you fill out the labels and affix them?
Correct.
And you did that in this case?
Correct.
And what kind of information goes on the label?
The label is the subject's name. It has the date. It has the name of the person that's actually doing the draw, and then it has the officer's name, the time, and the date.
So you fill out your portion of it and allow the phlebotomist to complete their portion, their name and the time?
Correct.
And that's what happened in this case?
Yes.
Once the phlebotomist arrived in this case, what did you do with her initially?
Well, provided her with the paperwork and just showed her where I needed her signature where for her to sign.
Does she have her own hospital paperwork?
She does.
And you assisted her with filling that out?
Yes.
Because some of that you get a copy of and some of it the hospital gets a copy of?
Correct. Her name needs to go on that paperwork.
So at some point, do you give the tubes from the kit to the phlebotomist?
I do.
And then you stay with her?
Yes.
You stay present during the blood draw?
Yes.
And she conducts her portion of the blood draw?
Correct.
Were you able to observe her label the tubes once she completed the draw?
Yes.
What time was the draw completed?
I believe it was shortly after 6:30 that day.
As to the actual draw itself, did you observe anything out of the ordinary from other blood draws you've attended?
No.
Deputy, what's a FSD 93 form?
An FSD 93. Would that be the alcohol determination form?
If that's the number at the top, I know it by its number.
Yes, that would be this form.
Okay, so that's the paperwork you fill out and put back in the.
Correct. This goes back in the box. One copy, and then the other copy I retain.
All right. And those are standardized throughout the state of Michigan?
Correct.
They're provided in every kit?
Yes.
So once the phlebotomist completes the draw, you see her label the tubes. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you see her do anything else as it pertains to the draw on the tubes?
She inverted the tubes multiple times.
And what's the purpose of that?
I believe it has something to do with shaking the sediment that's in the tube before placing it back in the holder.
The cardboard holder?
Correct.
At some point, do you receive the tubes back from her?
I do.
And you have an opportunity to inspect them again?
I do.
And they still look in order? No scratches, dents, breaks?
They look the same to me as when I got them.
Except for the blood inside?
Except for the blood.
What do you do then with the kit?
And then take the tubes that are packaged just like this. They go back. They go in the plastic bag that's provided along with that little absorbing sheet. Everything goes back into the kit. The paperwork, iodine pad was already used, so that doesn't go back in.
What about the labels? Are they on the tubes at this point?
They are. They provide 2 sets of labels. So 2 are for urine samples, 2 are for blood samples.
Okay.
And then when everything's back in the kit, then the kit gets closed. Then the shipping seal gets affixed to the other side here.
And that's the opposite side of where the initial, you can seal it up for me, Deputy.
Okay.
And so at this point, it's a little bit after 6:30, you're still at the hospital.
Correct.
This crash was at 3:01.
Correct.
What do you do with the kit for the remainder of the time you're at the hospital?
Hang on to it in my possession.
How much longer were you at the hospital, do you know?
I believe until shortly after 9 p.m.
Why so long?
Well, the defendant needed to get medical attention on her wrist. She also got x-rays on her head and neck. She got her wrists set a few different times. So it took a while for all that to happen before we could get discharged from the hospital.
You eventually got discharged a little after 9 p.m.?
Correct.
At that point, do you proceed to the sheriff's office?
I do.
And defendant's handed off to some other deputy, is that correct?
Correct.
Are you still in possession of the blood kit at that time?
I am.
What's the sheriff's department policy for those once you get back to the office with one?
So these blood kits get placed into an evidence locker at the sheriff's office, just like any other piece of evidence. There's a wall at the sheriff's office. There's approximately 40 or so evidence lockers. You put the piece of property in there, you close the door. There's a key that's already sticking out of the locker, so you know that locker's open. You can put something in there. I close it, turn the key, and then there's a key slot, and the only person that has access at that time would be who's in charge of our evidence. So it would have been Detective Martin at that time.
Okay. And you did that all with this blood kit?
Correct.
Do you know about what time you would have done that?
I'm not entirely sure.
What time did you leave for the night after a long shift?
Somewhere around 10 or 11, somewhere around there.
So is it fair to say you would have put this in the evidence locker close to immediately after getting back to the sheriff's office?
Yes, as soon as I got there, the defendant was handed off to another deputy. I then proceeded to park the vehicle, go upstairs, place the kit in evidence, and then start on my paperwork.
Okay. Deputy, are you assigned a body-worn camera?
I am.
And was that active that day on April 20th, 2024?
It was.
And was all of this that we've talked about recorded on the body-worn camera?
It was.
Were there any exceptions to the quality or nature of the video?
Yes, at some points the video was muted, but it was still on.
Okay. Why was it muted?
There were times during the course of this incident where I was talking to other officers and the camera was muted. It's a mistake of my own. It should have been audio recording the entire time, but it doesn't take away from the fact that the whole incident was recorded with video.
Okay. At some point, do you, later on in the video, do you zip up your coat over the video?
Yes.
Okay. And that's toward the end of the video, probably past 8 o'clock.
Yes, that's probably somewhere around the medical treatment portion.
Okay. So, Judge, we've broken up Deputy Schmidt's body camera into 4 parts, both for time concerns, relevance, and other issues surrounding admissibility. Exhibit 6A is Deputy Schmidt's time at the scene. 6B, we believe right now is inadmissible, but may become admissible later. And 6C and D document the blood draw. So at this time, I would just move to proffer 6D. But have A, C, and D admitted.
Not admitted, but proper, so we could watch it.
Yes, that's what he's saying.
But I'm also going to move to admit A and C without the claim. They're as I described, but I don't think it has a lot of value in the midst of the trial to show them.
Okay.
All right, A and C are admitted. D may be shown. Thank you.
What was your last name? M-U-M-U-S. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah. I guess you just have to sign your name, the time, and your blood.
Williams, PD-47, plan report.
Her name goes in there, right? Her name goes right here. The person No, I think that's the name of the person that they're on. I'm just asking to confirm if that form is new.
Good deed goes unpunished.
Yeah, that right.
Is it CHIDESTER?
Yes. And this is the. Yeah, that's right. Sorry. Oh, yeah. It should be on the table. What's that? Yeah. Nice, yeah. Sorry.
No, not you. You hit me.
I'm just kind of. Hold your person. Wrong. We'll see if that's me. sorry to have you mention
Me too, it could be your name, right?
There you are, well, too many words.
Yeah, good one, so I think
I feel like I'm kind of just in the middle.
yeah, okay.
I'm good, it's good to hear. It's good to hear. For the court. What's the dot right now? Let me see which one is on versus. Yeah. Just so you know, she's just gonna use an iodine swab, there's no alcohol or anything. I hate getting my blood down. I hate getting my blood down. I can't even look. Oh, no. I can't even look. Look here. Dead body one.
I kind of always do that though.
You do? Okay. Let's just see then.
It's the last 2 weeks of my semester.
Makes sense. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
So Deputy, as to that, I can't not ask, what was that noise throughout that video?
That was somebody in the ER room next to us.
Just another patient
Yes.
vocalizing.
Yes.
And at one point you asked the front desk, who's the doc? What
Yes.
do you mean by that?
Whoever the doctor in charge of the unit would have been at that time.
Is that because you have to put the supervising physician into your paperwork?
Yes, that needs to go on the search warrant.
And all that, as well as the other portions of your body camera, those are fair and accurate representations of what you saw that day?
Yes,
You had an opportunity to review them
I did.
and review their edits that have been being submitted in court today.
Yes.
Move for admission of A, C, and D.
A to C have already been admitted. As to D, pupil 6D is admitted.
And I just note that the foundation for 6B is laid, should it become admissible without recalling Deputy Schmidt.
Okay.
No further questions, Judge.
Cross.
My blessings go out to the medical profession that can put up with that kind of noise and racket on them. Deputy, it's detective, right?
Correct.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
My name is Bill Clovis, and I represent Marshella Chidester, and you're aware of that, right?
Yes.
We met before, back June 27th of last year, before Judge Brown, during the preliminary examination, correct?
Correct.
And I asked you at that time if you shook, you shaken the vials of blood with the preservative that's at the bottom. I believe you described it as white powder. And your answer, would you agree, was no, you never shook them?
Correct.
And when you noted in one of the reports or whatever, or checklists that are given to you to fill out, you filled out the checklist with regard to the boxes of the draw, or did somebody else fill those out?
What do you
Did
mean?
you fill out any forms at all concerning the blood draw?
Yes, the hospital forms and.
Okay. And then you signed it as the officer in charge right then. Is that correct?
I probably did.
Okay. All right. And are you aware that these vials of blood, that white powdery substance is a preservative to preserve, and so it would not ferment the blood?
As far as what I know, I'm not a medical professional, but I can agree to that.
And thank you for being honest on it.
You're welcome.
Okay. I'm not a doctor either. So it's your understanding that there's a preservative in there and it's got to be shaken. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And did you ever see, because I just watched the videotape, that's why I got up, my eyes aren't the best to watch it close. Did you ever see anybody, you didn't, you said, did you see anybody shake it like this?
The phlebotomist inverted them.
And you used the word inverted, that she took them and she inverted them, correct? That's what it showed, at least I can
Correct.
see.
She took them completely upside down.
It looked like there wasn't multiple times. Would you agree with that?
Well, she did directly after and then before putting them back in the
Did it look like
cardboard.
before she put them away that she turned them like this and then put them in there?
Possibly.
I know you're not a medical person, but you like to follow procedure, correct?
Correct.
And the procedure of you took part in is having the blood drawn, preserving it, and then having it sent to the Michigan State Police toxicology lab, correct?
Correct.
Now, would you agree that if the preservative is not properly mixed, that would cause fermentation?
Objection.
And if you don't know,
Deputy Schmidt's not qualified to answer that response.
I'll withdraw. Thank you, Judge. Now, while you're at the hospital, before you went to the hospital with my client, where was she for those about 3.5 hours?
From the time from when we left the scene until like the hospital, you mean?
Did you stop at the police station or sheriff's station at all? Did you go straight from the scene at Swan Boat Club to the hospital?
No, the scene to the hospital.
Okay. And how long were you at the hospital with Marshella Chidester?
A long time.
Would you say at least 2 hours or 3 hours?
Somewhere around there. Yeah.
Okay. Did you mark when you arrived at the hospital?
It's our protocol. Whenever we leave somewhere, we tell dispatch. Where we arrive somewhere, we tell dispatch.
But there was none of the documents. It's okay. You didn't mark down anywhere on the documents, or there's nowhere to mark on the documents?
No, I did not mark anywhere.
Why did it take so long to get this blood draw that we watched a few minutes ago?
So obviously going back to the scene after she was in custody, first off, I wanted to make sure that all of my fellow officers that were on scene, all the medical personnel were taken care of. They didn't need any help and I could leave.
No, I'm sorry. What I meant was once you got to the hospital, you were at the hospital for 2-3 hours.
Correct.
Okay. Why didn't you get a blood test right then and there when you came in?
So I needed to fill out the paperwork for the search warrant.
You did that while you were at the hospital?
Yes, I was seated in my vehicle.
Okay. Of course, we weren't there, so that's why I'm
Fair
asking
enough.
so many questions to try to put this back together again. When you had replied that it was 2-3 hours, I'm looking at a short tape and it looks like that's when you just walked right in.
No, we were there for a few hours.
Okay, all right, both in your patrol car and then inside the hospital?
Yes, sir.
And was my client getting any treatment for foot or arms injuries?
She did after the blood draw was completed.
At the hospital, right?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Now, after you arrived and you were going to get to the hospital and start filling out the paperwork or the search warrant paperwork or affidavit in support, why didn't you go back to the sheriff's office and do, commonly known as or formally known as a data master breathalyzer that you usually do for people suspected of drunk driving? Why wouldn't you take her for that too?
For this case, with the serious injuries that were potentially had there, my command wanted to make sure that we did a blood draw.
Okay. But why wouldn't you do the breathalyzer? Would you say you do breathalyzer about 90% of the time of people suspicious of drinking and driving?
No, a majority of my chemical tests are blood.
Okay. Is it because people refuse the breathalyzer?
Sometimes they refuse, sometimes they're not compliant. There's a variable of circumstances that it could be.
But if you read that you said DI 177, am I correct?
Correct.
If you read that, it says, take a breathalyzer, urine test, or blood test, or else you may or you will lose your license. Is that correct? But that's
correct.
Right to read.
Somewhere
in a synopsis.
In the synopsis.
All right. And you read that to her?
Correct.
And she said, yes, I'll take whatever test for whatever you wanted her to do?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't file with the Secretary of State a refusal or any of that stuff?
No.
She was very cooperative, correct?
Yes, she was cooperative.
And she was understanding what you were asking her and saying to her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so again, why wouldn't you take her first for the breathalyzer to blow into that takes 2 samples, I believe, and then take her for blood? I don't know if he fully answered it, Judge. I'm just going to ask if this.
I'm going to sustain the objection. He did answer it. He said the policy of fatalities was to take a blood test.
Okay. Now, after you received the blood and you put it in this, what do you call that?
Michigan State Police blood kit.
Blood kit. All right. Once you put it back in the blood kit box, did you refrigerate it?
No.
Do you, now this camera that's muted, it wasn't muted during the last film that we watched, correct?
I think there might have been parts where it was at points.
Was it muted at the time you were at the scene?
It was.
why would you mute your body camera?
At that time, I was having some conversations with other officers.
And you didn't want anyone to know what you were saying?
I don't think he finished the.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Go ahead and finish.
I was having private conversations with other officers at the scene.
And you didn't want anybody to hear what those private conversations were, correct?
Well, there's no policy against muting our cameras.
Oh, so there's no policy with the Monroe County Sheriff that you can mute or shut off your camera anytime you want?
Not shut off. While we're still having citizen contact, we still have to have our cameras on.
So you can mute anytime you feel that's proper, or anytime that you want to mute it, you can mute it.
A camera can be muted, yes. But it still stays on.
The camera still stays on, but it's muted.
Correct.
And how do you mute this body camera?
There's a button on the side that you hold down and it mutes it.
So it's something of an intentional act.
Yes.
And you were, at the time that this took place, that you were investigating, were you an officer, was it 7 or 8 years?
Just under 8 years. My 8-year mark will be May of this year.
And you were an officer for 5 years for the city of Riverview?
No, about 8 to 9 months at the city of Riverview.
And that was during your probation period of time of 12 months?
Correct.
And is there any reason why you left or were terminated after 9 months?
No, actually, I left on my own accord there.
And was that an agreement that you would sign papers that you were leaving on your own?
Yes.
Now, as to these sobriety tests that you spoke of earlier, there's the national highway ones, correct? That are
Correct.
approved, right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar at all with any law or Court of Appeal laws that says that the dexterity test, the finger or pencil test in front of the eye, is not as accurate?
Objection. Calls
Okay,
for a
I'll
legal
withdraw.
opinion. It's-
I'll withdraw.
It's a test that he didn't testify that he gave.
I'll withdraw. Okay. You gave the alphabet test, correct?
Correct.
And the purpose of the alphabet test is see if somebody, their sobriety and level of sobriety, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And my client completed the alphabet test completely, clearly, understandably, with no problem, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you noted that in the report, correct?
Correct.
And was your camera on to record, was the voice on or was it muted at that time?
It was on. It was muted at that time.
It was what?
It was muted at that time.
The video was on, but it was muted.
Correct.
So any documentation to back up that she completed the alphabet, we don't have that other than your testimony, correct?
Correct. And my
Okay. Now, the numbers, did you ask her, my client, to count from 1 to 100?
no.
You asked her to count backwards from 100, was it to 88?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. And you said the first time she counted 100 to what?
91.
Okay. And could you understand her?
At that time, yes.
Okay. She wasn't slurring, correct?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And that would be something you'd put down in a report as a trained officer, correct? Observations.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And I presume your report is honest, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And now you knew that my client was just involved in a major collision, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you knew from investigating when you got there that my client went through the wall and went about 25 feet into the location of the Swan Boat Club, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, do you think that would shake anybody up a little bit of going?
Objection calls for speculation.
Response.
Have you, I'll ask, I'll withdraw that and then lay a foundation.
Okay.
Thank you. You've investigated many accidents, correct?
Correct.
As a patrol officer, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've investigated major collisions, I presume, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And after somebody, in your experience, after somebody has been in a major collision or mid collision or major, do they seem shaken up at all?
Yes, at times I do.
Do you consider this a major collision?
Yes.
Now, you said that you didn't give my client the one leg stand test. Is that when you ask somebody that you're investigating to raise their one leg off the ground, maybe 5-6 inches, and hold it and count maybe 1,000, 2,000 to 9 or 10?
Correct. It's up to 30, but it's the same.
And sometimes you say, keep counting until I tell you to stop.
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't give that based upon her neuropathy?
Correct. I just didn't feel she was safe to be able to complete that test without potentially falling and hurting herself.
You have no proof that my client doesn't have neuropathy, correct? You have no,
Objection, it's a double negative. You can
Well-
ask that question directly.
He wants a double negative.
I'll withdraw it. Thank you, Judge. Do you have any proof that she has neuropathy?
At that time,
Yes.
at that time, I did not.
Do you now believe she has neuropathy?
I haven't seen her since. I don't know.
Have you seen her walk today?
Today, I have not seen her walk.
Now, the walk and turn. Excuse me. Is that when you ask a person that you're investigating, believing they may have consumed alcohol, to put their heel to the front of their toe of their shoe and walk like that, one behind the other, for 9 steps?
Correct.
Okay. And then you ask them to turn around and then do 9 steps back, correct?
Yes, to take a small series of steps and get themselves turned around and then 9 back towards the start.
Okay. And you didn't ask my client to take that because of her safety, correct?
Correct.
And you don't want her falling down, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And she was able to understand all of your directions, correct?
Yes.
She told you what her name was, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did she or did you know that she was a former Commodore of the boat club?
No, I had no idea.
Now, when you took her to the hospital, well, was she unruly in your car at all?
No.
Do you have cameras that sort of flip around and record somebody in the back?
Unfortunately, our county police cars, we don't have in-vehicle cameras.
You don't have dash cams?
No. We just have the body cameras that are affixed to us.
Okay. So she was not unruly in the back seat of the car, correct, while you're transporting her?
She was cooperative.
Okay. So she was making a lot of noise, screaming, yelling, none of that craziness, right?
No.
Okay. Was she falling asleep in the back seat?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was she vomiting in the back seat?
No.
Did she vomit in the hospital?
No.
You had mentioned that earlier, and I'm just asking about it. Did she urinate on herself in the patrol car?
No.
And you said that's one other thing that you look at is vomiting, urination on their clothes or in their clothes.
Absolutely.
Okay. And the higher the alleged blood alcohol content is, the more people do these things. Would you agree, such as urinate, their bodily, control is not there?
Well, I think everybody has their own alcohol tolerance up to a point.
But would you agree from all of your arrests that you've done or investigations that usually urination, vomiting, it occurs when somebody's ingested a lot of alcohol than just a little bit?
Yes.
How long did it take you to obtain a search warrant from the time you arrived and put her in the back seat of the car?
I don't recall the exact amount of time.
Okay. In your past history as a patrol officer, when you pull somebody over of suspicion of drunk driving and you want to get a search warrant done, are they usually done like within an hour?
Yeah, I would say for the most part that's pretty accurate.
And this was 6:30 in the evening, early evening, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the magistrate or judge is usually at home and it's sent to him or her, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then they review it, they sign it, and then they send it back to you?
Correct, via email.
And then you give it to the hospital?
Yes.
And sometimes that's done within, would you say 45 minutes, an hour?
Yeah, sometimes that's about right.
Is some of the statements in the affidavit sort of fill in the blank?
Yes.
When you approach my client inside the vehicle, did you see a cane that she uses for walking?
I don't recall.
Do you know if the airbags went off?
I don't recall.
Do you think airbags that go off or a collision into a wall, in your experience of patrol officer investigating accidents, do you think that running into a wall and going 25 feet inside a building, that type of a collision that you've investigated, that sometimes people don't have all their faculties immediately afterwards?
Objection calls for speculation.
In his history, Your Honor, he's investigated accidents.
I'll take it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, when you arrived at the scene, it was some confusion going on. Do you agree? I mean, we saw tapes earlier yesterday. It looked, I don't mean to use the word craziness, but it was crazy what was going on, right? There were tables all over. There's a vehicle inside. People are injured. 2 little children are severely injured or critically injured. It was chaos.
It was the most chaotic scene of my almost 8-year career.
Of your career. And I'm sorry you had to go through that.
It's okay.
You were involved in it. So do you agree that the containers, were those little like red Solo cups that they serve, or do they serve something else with those? In other words, were there any containers that looked like at one time they had fluid in it and they're all over the place, food's everywhere, there's containers to drink?
Are you talking about?
Sorry, I gotta object. One, it's assuming facts, not in evidence. I don't know what Mr. Close is talking.
Judge,
Hang on.
I'll withdraw.
Finish his objection.
I was going to say,
If you're going to withdraw, then on we go.
All right, thank you. When you arrived on the scene of the Swan Boat Club, and it was shortly after 3 o'clock, correct?
Correct.
On April 20th, 24.
Correct.
Okay. Was everything in disarray?
From what I saw, yes.
You just talked about it's probably the most horrific
Yes.
scene you've seen.
Correct.
And was there food and cups all over.
So I never actually made it into the bar area.
How about where the tables were?
I don't even recall where the tables were in that building.
Because it was so chaotic or so messy, for lack of a better word.
Yes.
And I'm just going by, the prosecutor showed some tapes yesterday and trying to refresh or, talk about it verbally. Did you ask the hospital while you were there with this blood kit to take additional blood from my client and have it tested by the hospital?
No, I did not.
And then what was the date that this kit expires?
I do not recall.
Okay. So you don't know if it was expired or not, correct?
Well, if the hospital had it there, then it would have been up to date.
Based upon the hospital has it there, so they do no wrong, it's got to be up to date. Is that correct?
No, that's not what.
Speculation.
Well, he just said.
I think he testified he doesn't know. So that answers the question.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Very well.
Thank you, officer.
Thank you, sir.
I love this judge. Get him, judge.
So, Deputy, I'm going to show you this form. This is just another FSD 93, like the one you packed into the kit. Is that identical to the same type of form?
Yes, this is the exact same form.
Okay. So that's a carbon pack, but it's also a two-sided form. Is that right?
Correct.
So on the front is information you fill out. What's on the back?
So the back is the form instructions for the FSD 093, which is this form.
Okay. And toward the middle of the page, it says guidelines.
Yes.
And it says
Objection, Your Honor. This isn't part of the original examination by him. He's going outside. He's already had his chance to ask these questions.
Response.
This is in response to Mr. Clovis's going down the road of, did you shake the vials?
All right, I'll accept I'll accept the answer.
So there's instructions that are titled to the medical professional physician. Is that right?
Correct.
Do any of those pertain to what to do with the preservative in the vials?
Yes.
Which one? I believe it's number 2 or 3.
So 2 is draw 2 tubes of venous blood from subject in presence of a law enforcement officer and tell the subject in the officer's presence that no alcohol was used in sterilizing the skin surface, needle or syringe.
And what about the next one?
3 is slowly invert blood sample tubes enough times to distribute the sodium fluoride, potassium oxalate preservative.
And that's the instructions for that on the state form. Is that right?
Correct.
So
Yes.
it's not shake the tube 3 times, or you're ordered to shake the tube, or there's any statute that requires you to do that, right?
No.
I'm sorry, into the mic.
I'm really sorry. The mic is no, there's not.
Okay. And then that's not something you would do anyway. That's something the phlebotomist would do.
Correct. I've never done that once on a OWI blood draw.
Okay. And you saw the phlebotomist do it in this case.
Yes.
So you're satisfied that the guidelines on the back of that form were complied with?
Objection, Your Honor. That's for the jury.
No, it's not a legal conclusion or a factual conclusion. It's he has to make sure those guidelines were complied with before he leaves the hospital.
I
and
think
seals
the
kit.
question is he satisfied? I'll overrule the objection and take the answer whether he's satisfied.
I was satisfied with the conclusion of that.
Thank you. So as to the timelines Mr. Clovis was getting into, once you arrive at the hospital and check in, do you have any authority over those folks?
No.
Is it fair to say that you are at the mercy of the hospital as to when that draw gets completed?
Yes.
Were you that day?
Yes.
Mr. Clovis asked you if you asked for the hospital to draw her blood and independently test it for you. Have you ever done that in your 9-year career?
No, not in my 8-year career. I have not.
Okay. Do you know if the hospital will do that for you?
I don't know.
Do you know of any officer who has ever asked the hospital to do that and had it be successful?
I'm going to sustain that. I think you made a point.
Fair enough. As to your body camera deputy, throughout the course of the day, you muted and unmuted this, I think you testified to. Is that right?
Yes.
And I think you indicated under cross-exam with Mr. Clovis that that was to have private conversations. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you say that, what generally do you mean by a private conversation?
Well, in terms of that scene there, more or less trying to figure out from the other officers what I need to do, what they're currently doing, things that I don't believe are necessarily relevant to the public hearing them.
And so those are more, so what you're saying is those are more, not administrative, but course of conduct type of conversations with fellow officers.
Correct.
So when you say private conversation, you're not talking about each other's significant others at the scene.
No, we're talking about the scene and what needs to be done and where we're at with it.
Mr. Clovis asked you if in a crash like that, you think somebody would get quote unquote shaken up by the crash. Did the defendant appear shaken up to the crash, but shaken up by the crash to you?
Besides the injuries that she sustained, there was no other indication that she was shaken up from the crash.
Mr. Clovis also asked you as to the sobriety testing and things like that, if the defendant followed all of your instructions. As to the horizontal gaze nystagmus, did she follow all of your instructions?
She was not able to focus on my stimuli, which is part of the instructions.
Okay. Did she turn her head to attempt to follow your finger?
Yes.
Is that part of the instructions?
Yes.
Did she follow that part?
No.
Okay. No further redirect, Judge. Thank you.
Recross.
Now, you stated earlier, officer, that my client had a test. Was it a CAT scan?
Objection. No, he didn't.
Okay. I'll withdraw. That she came in for head injuries at all?
Correct.
You mentioned that?
Yes.
Remember that? Okay. And then you asked her to do what type of test, and she wasn't able to follow it. What type of test was that?
An eye test?
Right. And she wasn't able to totally focus clearly after the accident, correct?
She was not.
Test?
I'm sorry, what?
To do that test, she wasn't able to clearly focus to do that test right after the accident.
Objection calls for speculation.
Was she able to do it? I mean, that's a pretty...
That's a fair question. Go ahead.
She wasn't able to complete the test.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
All right. All right. May this witness
People are satisfied. He can step down. We ask that his subpoena is still active.
Okay.
He's called for removal.
All right, which means you cannot stay in the court. You're all set.
Thank you, sir.
You may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
It's cool that they've already clipped everything out. Thank you, Mark, for your super chat. Thank you so much. You hear my TV in the background? That was his case right there, you guys, pretty much. That and the seizures.
The testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Sir.
Deputy, if you would state your full name and then spell your last name for us, please.
Deputy Dominic Flint, Flint.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Deputy, what do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer for the Monroe County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you held that position?
6 years into this month.
And did you hold any law enforcement positions before the sheriff's office?
No.
And do you have all the training, qualifications, and certifications necessary to be a peace officer in the state of Michigan?
I do.
And were those up to date and in order on April 20th of last year?
Yes.
Speak into the microphone for me if you could, Deputy. Sorry. I can hear you, but I know.
Sure,
yeah. Were you working on April 20th of last year?
I was.
And did you receive any dispatches or assignments that day that brought you here to testify?
I did.
What was the nature of that?
The nature of my specific assignment on that day, I received a phone call from Supervisor Sergeant Bomia to assist Deputy Schmidt at the hospital with the defendant.
And what was the nature of that's what you were actually going to do, but what was the purpose of the assignment?
It was basically extra security, another set of eyes on the defendant and the evidence that we collected there.
Okay. Did you proceed to the hospital?
I did.
And did you interact with Deputy Schmidt that day?
I did.
And did you have any interaction with the blood draw kit?
I did.
What was the nature of that interaction?
Upon receiving the blood draw kit from the medical staff at the hospital, I broke the seal on it, took the papers and vials out of the blood kit and organized them for Deputy Schmidt to fill out on the table.
Deputy, in your 6 years as a sheriff, have you ever dealt with a blood draw kit before?
I have.
About how many times?
Close to 30.
And was there anything different about this kit than any of the kits you've dealt with in the past?
No.
Did it appear in order?
Yes.
Outside of yourself and Deputy Schmidt, did anyone have any interaction with the kit before you left the hospital?
No.
And did you stay for the full time at the hospital up until the blood draw?
No, I was pulled for other duties.
Okay. Do you know what time you left?
I don't.
Okay.
No, probably about an hour and a half to an hour 45 after we got there.
Okay. So probably about 6:15.
Sounds about right, yeah.
No other questions for Deputy Flint, Judge?
Cross. Thank you. May this witness be excused. From the people, yes. Thank you, Deputy. You're excused. Next witness.
That was quick.
Deputy Cody Karina next.
Thank you, Barbara, for your super chat. Thank you, Patty, for your super chat.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Sir. Deputy, if you would state your name and then spell your last name for us, please.
Cody Karina. Last name is spelled Carena.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Deputy, how are you employed?
I'm employed by the Monroe County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your position?
I'm a deputy sheriff.
How long have you been in that role?
I've been employed by the Monroe County Sheriff's Office for approximately 5 years.
Did you have law enforcement experience prior to that?
I did. I worked for the Erie Township Police Department for approximately 4.5 years, and then the Chippewa County Sheriff's Office for a couple of months.
Is that the extent of your law enforcement experience?
It is.
All told, how long have you been in law enforcement?
Almost 10 years.
Do you hold all the training, education, certification necessary to be a peace officer in the state of Michigan?
I do.
Were those up to date on April 20th, 2024?
They were.
Were you on duty on April 20th of 2024?
I was.
What was your assignment on that date?
I was assigned to the Road Patrol Division that day.
And at some point on that day, were you dispatched to Swan Boat Club?
I was.
Do you recall what that dispatch was?
The dispatch was for a vehicle that had crashed into the side of the Swan Boat Club. While I was en route there, we were notified that at least one child was deceased.
And what did you observe when you arrived at the Swan Boat Club?
It was very chaotic. Multiple law enforcement agencies were there, multiple fire departments. Life Flight was trying to land. Law enforcement was trying to corral, witnesses and victims together. It was just very chaotic.
Did you inside the boat club?
Eventually I did.
How did you enter into the boat club?
I entered through the hole that was on the side of the boat club.
That is the hole that the vehicle created?
That's correct.
And what did you observe when you went inside the boat club?
Tables and chairs were kind of thrown about. The bar area looked like it was damaged, and there was also a vehicle against one of the walls.
How did you come to interact with the defendant?
I was tasked with going to interview her.
What did you do at this point?
I went to a patrol car that the defendant was in and proceeded with an interview.
And so you spoke to defendant?
I did.
Did you observe any signs of intoxication?
I observed the odor of intoxicants coming from the back of the vehicle, the back of the patrol car, and I also observed that the defendant had bloodshot eyes.
And so what did you do next?
I interviewed the defendant.
Are you issued a body-worn camera?
I am.
And was it functional and operational on that day?
It was.
Did you have an opportunity to review that footage, Deputy?
I did.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
It is.
And the video that we are going to proffer for the jury, it has been edited?
It has.
Was that to remove anything that's inadmissible at court today?
That's correct.
To your knowledge, was that edited about 70 seconds or so?
Yes.
And you didn't turn your camera off during that time, correct?
My camera was not turned off during that time.
So your camera was active. It was simply deleted for today's footage.
That's correct.
Okay. Judge, at this point, I'm going to move to admit and proffer to the jury Exhibit 7.
Just ask the jury to wait until that. Just go ahead and show.
Is there any handcuffs? I gotta read this, okay? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him or her present while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, well, we are appointed to represent you for any question if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise his rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand what I just read to you? Yes. Okay. Do you wish to speak to me? Pardon? Do you wish to speak to me? Like, do you want to have a... No, I'm good. Like, do you want to talk or no? Oh, I'm just hoping no one was hurt. Yeah, sure. So can I talk to you? Yes. Okay, perfect. So run through the medications that you told me about again. Gabapentin. I have a whole list of medications. I don't have them on me right now. So this medication in your car? No. Okay, so what happened today? Where were we at today? I went to lunch with some friends. Okay, about what time was that? Noonish. Okay, so around when you went to lunch, you remember what you ate? Yeah, I had some chili and a fish sandwich. A fish sandwich? Okay. Where was that at? At Vernon's. At Vernon's? What did you drink? Did you drink water, pop? I had a glass of wine. Just one glass of wine? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so you had one glass of wine at Vernon's. After that, what happened? Did you leave at noon? Where did you go? Came home. Okay. I just live right down the street. Okay. What's your address? 6260. 60 on Berlin? Yeah. Okay. So you get home, what do you do when you get home? I just came home and just kind of chilled out and was waiting for my husband to get up and make a nap. Did you drink anything else there? No, I didn't even get a drink down here because I never made it this far. When did you take your 8 o'clock. 8 a.m.? Yeah. Okay. Other than that chili and the fish, is there anything, did you eat anything else today? No. Okay. Okay, and then where were you driving to? Just from Vernon's to here. To here? What were you coming here for? Home. Oh, so you're from Berners at home? Yeah. And you left Berners at noon? Yes. Okay. But then you said you went home first? I'm home here. Oh, okay. So you were trying to go from Berners at home? Yes. How long were you at Berners then? Maybe an hour, not even that long. Okay. So you made no stops between Berners and here? Yeah. And when did you go to Berners again? About noon. About noon. Okay. 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 Do you remember what happened when you were going around here? No, not really. I pulled into the parking lot and I thought I was driving up to the boat club, and evidently I was driving right to the pavilion. Which direction did you drive? I live right down the street. Okay, so you were coming from that way? Yes. This way? When you got to the parking lot, what happened? I don't remember. You don't remember? I don't. Okay. Do you think there's a reason you don't remember? Did something happen, or? You know what? I have these seizures, and Okay. Do you have anything where it says like maybe that the doctor for you to drive and everything? I'm cleared to drive now, and I don't have my purse with me, but I do have a card in my purse. Okay. When's the last time you had a seizure that you know of? March. In March? Okay. So in March, the last time you remember that you had a seizure? Yes. Sorry, I'm just trying to were you hospitalized for it? Yes. You were? Yes. Okay. Was it like at home or something? No, I was in Monroe for 4 days and Toledo for 6 days. So did you have a seizure while you were at home? Or did you have it? I had it at home, and then I did have one when I was in the hospital. When you were in the hospital? Okay. Then March is going to be the last time you had that seizure? Yes. Okay. Okay. Do you think, is your normal behavior when you have a seizure, is it have lapses of memory? Yes. Like that? Okay. So once you got to the parking lot, you don't remember anything? I don't. Okay. Okay. I think that's all the questions I have for you now. Deputy Schmidt's gonna take the over from here, okay? Is there, so on a scale of 0 to 10, 0 being like you're stone cold sober, you can drive perfectly, 10 being you're passed out drunk, where do you think you're at right now? 7. 7? Okay. Do you think you're okay to drive? I wouldn't want to drive. You wouldn't let you drive? No. Okay. Okay, just give me 1 second, okay? Sorry, my phone's ringing. I think it's going to be my boss. I apologize.
It does seem like she's making extra effort to answer his questions and be like she's trying really hard to not look drunk. Does that make sense, you guys? I gotta turn my thing off in the other room. I hope y'all can't hear it. Does that make sense, though, that she's just kind of like trying to be attentive and peppy and all this and that, but really what she's missing out on is because she's not all there as far as being intoxicated, is that there are people around her being transported away in ambulances, right?
Again, move to admit people's proposed Exhibit 7.
Sorry. No objection. All right, I didn't hear you. People 7 is admitted.
Deputy, to your knowledge, is your time stamp and date stamp on that correct?
It is correct.
All right. I have no further questions, Judge. Thank you.
Cross.
Officer, did you have a chance to follow up on my client and her medical records?
I did not.
Okay. Were you aware that she had a doctor's appointment in March of 24?
I was not.
Okay. Were you aware that her last episode of having any seizure was October of 23.
Objection, Your Honor, suits facts not in evidence.
Were you aware of it? That's all I asked. He interviewed the client.
Judge, if he wants to testify, he can be a witness and not an attorney. He can't do both.
I'm asking him the question if he is aware of it.
You can ask the question.
Right, sir.
Objection is over.
Thank you, Judge.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes. Were you aware that my client last episode was October of 23 of having a seizure?
I was not.
Okay. When you were investigating, as the tape was showing, were you aware that my client had gone through the Swan Boat Club building? That she went through the Swan Boat Club building? You're investigating the accident?
I was.
Okay. So were you aware of that? Yes.
I was.
Okay. And were you aware that her vehicle went 25 feet into the building, approximately?
I was.
And do you consider, with all of your experience over the years, that that's a major accident?
I would consider that a major accident, or a major crash.
Thank you. When you asked my client on the tape there that was recorded, well, let me strike that back up. How long after the crash do you believe you interviewed my client on that video?
I couldn't give an exact time. It would have to be an estimate.
Do you mind an estimate?
I'd say about 30 minutes, probably 20 to 30 minutes.
About 20 to 30 minutes after that crash, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That was commercial time, Judge. The sound came on. Okay. Do you agree that, like, after a major crash or collision, in your experience, if somebody's involved in going through a building and going 25 feet in, that they might not have all their faculties together as you and I sit here calmly talking, just in your experience?
It can happen.
Okay. And would you agree that when you ask them, are you okay to drive? Did you ask her, well, are you okay to drive because of the collision? Are you okay to drive because your vehicle's 25 feet in a building? Did you ask her any of that?
I just asked her if she felt like she was okay to drive.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. And we heard it. I just want to confirm it if there was any other conversation. Is that, so you agree what we heard is true? It's the only conversation you had with her about this driving, and are you okay to drive?
I believe it was a follow-up question to the scale that I gave her from 0 to 10.
All right. And when you said on a scale of 1 to 10, do you think you should have waited a little bit longer than 20 minutes or 30 after this major crash occurred to wait till somebody that she would have settled down, get her thought process maybe better, and then ask her questions? Do you think that might be hindsight from your collision crashes you've investigated? Would have been better to sort of wait a little bit longer than right afterwards?
At the time when I was speaking to the defendant in the patrol car, she seemed like she had collected herself after the crash.
And she seemed like she was sober, right?
No.
She seemed like she collected her thoughts. I didn't hear any slurring. Did you hear any slurring?
There was no slurring of speech, but...
Okay, that's my question. There were no slurring, am I correct? We all heard it. Okay. And you said that she had collected her thoughts after she just went through this building. You felt she had collected her thoughts, right?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Redirect. Deputy, when you were speaking with the defendant, did she seem shaken up to you?
No.
Is slurring of speech the only sign of intoxication?
No, that's just one of the general indicators of intoxication or impairment.
In your experience, how many years have you been an officer?
Approximately 10 years.
Do you have any idea how many drunk driving arrests you've been involved in?
Approximately 300 to 400.
And have you ever encountered a defendant or a suspect who was not slurring speech but was intoxicated still?
Yes, I have.
Deputy, I'm going to show you again the body cam video, please. Can you just start it? We don't need to watch the whole thing.
Your Honor, he's already covered this.
Judge, he brought up the time. We have the answer. The timestamp is accurate, so we're going to clarify approximately exactly what time he talked to the defendant.
If he gives me a time, Judge, I might stipulate to it.
What about that?
I don't know it off the top of my head, Judge. I have to look. I don't have that memorized.
He's going, Your Honor, the officer already testified 20 to 30 minutes. End of story.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection. We've heard this.
All right, no further questions, Judge.
All right, any recross?
Oh, yeah.
May this witness be excused?
Judge, no, we ask that he remain under subpoena until potential rebuttal evidence.
You're not off the hook, but you're free to. Next witness.
Judge, people call Detective Marjorie Martin.
Detective Marjorie Martin. They are moving really fast through this trial, you guys. Wanted to say too, they've already. That's the one good thing about it being delayed is they've already clipped out all of the pauses and. We haven't had any sidebars, have we? We haven't had one sidebar.
Detective, would you state your full name and spell your last name?
Marjorie Martin, Martin.
Thank you.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Detective, what do you do for a living?
I'm a deputy with Monroe County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you held that position?
19 years.
And do you have all the training, certification, and education necessary to be a peace officer in the state of Michigan?
I do.
And were those all in place on April 20th of last year?
Yes, they were.
Were you working that day?
No, I was called into work.
Okay, why were you called into work?
I am an evidence tech for the Sheriff's Department, and I'm in charge of the evidence and property room.
And where were you called into specifically?
The Swan Boat Club.
And that's located in Berlin Township, Newport, Michigan, County of Monroe?
Yes, it is.
You responded to the Swan Boat Club?
Yes, I did.
And once you got there, did you receive an assignment?
Yes, my job as an evidence tech is to take pictures of the crime scene for, if it goes to court, and collect any evidence that's needed.
Okay. Did you take photos while you were there?
Yes, I did.
Take photos of the scene?
Yes.
And you also took some of the MEI photos, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
For the jury, what does MEI stand for?
Medical examiner investigator.
And what is that?
The detectives are trained and some of our deputies are trained to examine the bodies for kind of like a pre-medical exam before the autopsy. We do that at the crime scene.
And those photos go to the medical examiner eventually?
Yes.
And so you took both photos of the scene and photos of the kids who had passed away?
Yes, I did.
And you've had an opportunity since to review those photos?
Yes.
And they're a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw at the scene that day?
Yes.
So, Judge, people are going to move to admit People's 8. That's 8A to 8 quadruple N. That's 8 N, 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 N. Photos taken by Deputy Martin at the scene of the Swan Boat crash. People would note for the record that although she did take MEI photos, we are not submitting those to the jury.
Your Honor, if I may just have maybe 15 seconds to confirm, and I may stipulate to it. We did talk prior, Mr. Lane and I. No objection, Your Honor.
People's 8A through 8 quadruple N are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And we don't intend to publish these at this time. They're just for the jury upon deliberation.
Okay.
Detective, I'm sorry. You're also assigned to run the evidence room at the sheriff's office, is that right?
Yes.
And so you deal with blood samples from OWI investigations on a regular basis, is that right?
Yes, I do.
What does the sheriff typically do when a blood kit from an OWI investigation comes into the evidence room?
So the deputy that collects it puts it into our evidence lockers. They're secured evidence lockers, kind of picture.
Your Honor, I would object to this. It would be irrelevant as to what sometimes they do. Would be, in this case, what was done. Response.
It is to show the conformity of procedure with this case with typical procedure.
I think it is a procedural issue. The objection is overruled to make it
So our evidence lockers, we have a hallway that is open to the deputies. There's 56 lockers. Each one has a key and it's secured. Each lock is keyed differently. So when the deputy collects the sample or any piece of evidence, they get into our computer software, describe the evidence item, toxicology kit, whatever it is. And then there's a section that's called temporary evidence locker. The computer tells you which lockers are open. They select a locker. They then walk to the hallway, confirm that that locker is open by having a key. They drop it in the locker, lock it, and then they put the key in locker item 1. There's a little slit for the keys. And then the evidence and property room has those same lockers on the other side. The only people that have keys to the evidence room was at the time myself and Captain Raymond. I was responsible for the daily activities of that and emptying those lockers. So every day I'd come in, I would collect the keys, and I would also check my computer system, which would tell you where the items are. I would open the locker from the inside of the evidence room, confirm that that was the item that was there. And then for the toxicology kits, they would typically, I check it in the computer, I move it from temporary storage to external out of service, or not out of service, apologize, out of custody, and I put it in the mail typically. And the U.S. mail delivers it to the lab.
Is that what, so are you familiar with the toxicology kit from this case?
Yes.
And up till what you've described, were all those procedures followed to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they were.
But did you place that toxicology kit in the mail?
So this one did not go into the mail.
What did you do with this kit?
Deputy Krieger came to me and said that he was going to personally drive it to the lab in Lansing.
Okay. Does the Monroe County Sheriff's Office refrigerate toxicology kits that come in?
No, we do not.
In your 19 years employed by the Sheriff's Office, have you ever known them to do so?
No.
Okay. No further questions for this witness, John.
Cross.
Do you know if the state refrigerates the toxicology of blood? Do you know if the state, once they obtain it, that they refrigerate it?
I do not know what they do with it.
That's fair. I didn't know if you had any experience at that level. No. Okay. I don't have any other questions.
See what he just did there
This witness be excused.
at that level.
From the people, yes. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next witness.
Judge, people call Lieutenant Ryan Tilly.
He's just trying to undercut everybody, but that's what defense attorneys do. We're used to that.
Or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do, sir.
Lieutenant, would you state your name and then spell your last name for the record, please?
I'm Ryan Sottile, Sottile.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Lieutenant, how are you employed?
I work for the Monroe County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been in that role?
20 years.
Any prior law enforcement experience?
No.
And do you hold all of the trainings, education, certifications necessary to be a peace officer in the state of Michigan?
Yes, I do.
And were those up to date on April 20th of 2024?
Yes, they were.
Were you working on April 20th of 2024?
No, I was not.
You were off duty on that day?
Yes.
Were you called in?
Yes, I was.
Why were you called in?
I got a call because I operate our drone. So I got a call from the sheriff advised me there was an incident and needed the drone on the scene.
What does the drone do?
It's a small unmanned aerial vehicle. It flies in the air with the remote control. I have a controller and a screen on it. Has a camera, has infrared camera, and a zoom lens camera.
So you can take photos with it?
Yes, take
Does
photos.
it take video too?
It takes videos and photos. Yeah.
And on April 20th, were you sent to the Swan Boat Club?
Yes, I was.
Is that to take photos with the drone?
Yes.
And do you know about what time you would have arrived?
I believe I arrived on scene at about just before 5 p.m., about 4:55, I think.
A couple hours after the crash?
Yes.
And the defendant was no longer on scene?
No.
And on that day, did you deploy the drone and take photos of the Swan Boat Club and surrounding areas?
Yes, I did.
Just briefly if you can, how does that work?
Take the drone out of the box. There's some assembly required. Putting the battery in it, putting the blades out, turning it on, turning my remote control on, the controller on. It runs a self jack. It grabs GPS, make sure it knows where it's at before it'll fly, and then push the two levers and it takes off.
Do you decide what photos it takes? Does it just snap automatically every second?
There's on the controller, I can push, take videos, take photos. I also can set it up to automatically take photos while it's flying.
What did you do on that day?
I ended up doing both. I did had it fly a pattern to take a bunch of pictures just as a mosaic if we needed it, and then I manually took different pictures at different positions over the scene.
How do you get the photos off of the drone?
The camera is mounted on the drone, and there's a micro SD card on the camera. So once the drone comes back to the ground, I pull the micro SD card out, and then I insert it into a computer. I take the pictures off the card.
Did you have an opportunity to review those pictures?
Yes, I did.
And are they fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes, they are.
Judge, the people are going to move to admit 9A through 9DDD, that is 9DDD. 2 or 3 of these were previously admitted, but they are just the aerial drone photos.
I don't have the objection. Okay. People's 9A through 9DD are admitted.
DDD, Judge.
DDD.
Triple D.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Lieutenant, Judge, I'm also going to move to proffer 9K to the jury. Detective, this is a photo you took. I said detective, sorry. Lieutenant, this is a photo you took?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And if we can get the thing to work here. This is the pavilion. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Where is defendant's home located in reference to this?
I'm not 100% sure. I know it was down the street.
Okay. And I'm going to proffer 9HH, Judge. Lieutenant, can you tell me what this is?
It's looks like a picture of the pavilion or where they had the party at. And there's a hole in the side of the building.
The hole is where the defendant's vehicle entered?
Presumably, yes. Yeah.
And what are these right here?
Looks like pieces from the building or pieces of clothing.
Are these telephone or electric
Oh, I'm sorry.
poles?
The white stuff. Yeah, the telephone poles. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
To your
about
knowledge, did the defendant's car pass between those two poles?
that. I believe so. Yes.
And
Objection, Your Honor. Where's the foundation of how he believes that happened?
so I asked him if he had knowledge of it. I asked him what his knowledge was.
Either he has knowledge or he doesn't. The objection is over.
And I'll also proffer 9LL. And this is just a close-up of those same telephone poles. You took this photo?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I have no further questions.
When you say are you moving to admit HH and LL?
Judge, I believe they were already admitted all through that stack we just gave you. I'm just publishing to the jury, Judge.
All right.
Thank you.
Cross? No. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Next witness?
Judge, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you.
They are moving through them fast.
We call Detective Jeff.
At this rate, I would think the defense or the prosecution may be done with all of their witness boxes by tomorrow. But there's a lot of witnesses on their side.
I do.
Just make sure.
Got it.
Detective, would you state your full name and spell your last name, please?
Jeff Hooper, Hooper. I apologize to the court for my voice. It's residual from a issue a couple weeks ago.
All right, no problem. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Detective, how are you employed?
I am currently the sergeant for the Detective Bureau at the Monroe County Sheriff's Office.
And what does that mean? What does it mean when you say I'm the sergeant?
So I supervise the detectives and the investigations that come through the sheriff's office.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
I've been in law enforcement now for 24 years.
Is all of that with Monroe County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And you hold all the training, education, certification necessary to be a certified peace officer in the state of Michigan?
I do.
And that was all up to date on April 20th, 2024?
It was.
Were you working on April 20th of 2024?
I was not.
Were you called in?
I was.
Okay. And on that date, were you the sergeant?
I was.
Okay. And how long have you been a detective?
I've been doing investigations now for approximately 10 years. About 9 of that is a detective and then 1 year as a supervisor.
Were you involved in the investigation at Swan Boat Club on April 20th?
I was.
And was that in the supervisor role?
Yes.
How did you become aware of the crash?
I received a phone call from Lieutenant Zebek requesting assistance with the investigation.
Do you know approximately what time you would have arrived?
I arrived approximately about an hour and a half after the initial crash, I believe.
About 4:30 then approximately?
Yeah, 4:30, 4:45.
Was the
somewhere in
defendant still on scene when you got there?
No.
What did you observe when you arrived at the Swan Boat Club?
Just chaos. There's a lot of investigators there. Starting to do the investigation, different aspects of the investigation, whether taking pictures or doing, various things.
And did you at some point enter the Swan Boat Club?
I did.
And how did you enter it?
So I entered through a little breezeway that was kind of to the left of where the car had entered the building.
At some point, did you enter the main building?
Yes.
And why did you enter the main building?
We had learned that there is video surveillance, and I was meeting with somebody to get that video surveillance.
Somebody from the boat club gave you access to their surveillance?
Yes.
Were you involved in executing a search warrant of defendant's home?
Yes.
And do you recall when that was executed?
Monday. So I believe that would have been the 22nd, I believe.
April 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
2 days after the crash?
Yes.
And what were you looking for in that search warrant?
Specifically, a DVR with video footage of, around the defendant's house.
Surveillance video from the defendant's home?
Yes.
And did you locate any cameras during the execution of that warrant?
We did.
And how many did you locate?
4.
Do you recall where they were?
Yes.
Where were they?
There was one on a barn that was across the street from the main residence. There was one on a garage on the same side of the road as the residence, kind of facing down, facing the car. Then there was a camera that was facing the door of the main entrance of the residence. And then there was also one in the kitchen in the residence.
Did you discover what those cameras were connected to?
Yes.
Can you describe what that was?
So it's a digital video recorder or DVR, which stores the video footage.
Where did you locate that DVR?
It was located in an upstairs, I'd say like a utility room with various other things in it.
Inside the defendant's home?
Yes.
Was it functional on that day?
Yes.
Did it appear to be recorded?
Yes.
Were you able to determine if it was connected to the cameras that you found?
Yes.
How did you go about that?
So basically, I looked at the video footage that was currently being recorded, and it was my detectives doing searches, their cars in the driveway, and so it was live that way.
What was the manner of recording?
So the manner of recording it was via Wi-Fi. It wasn't hardwired to the DVR. So it was just recording via over Wi-Fi.
Do the cameras record 24 hours a day, 7 days a week?
No, we later learned that the cameras were motion activated.
Did the video recording have timestamp on it?
It did.
Were you able to check it for accuracy?
Yes.
How did you do that?
So when you're on scene, when you're looking at a DVR playing live, what you basically do, what I do is I pull out my phone, look at the time on my phone, look at the timestamp on the video, and compare the difference.
Did you find it to be accurate?
No.
What was different about it?
So that one specifically was an hour slow. So if it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon on that DVR, it would show 2 o'clock, 2 p.m.
The DVR would show 2 p.m.
Yes.
The timestamp would show 2 p.m.
Yes.
Do you have experience with video recording devices similar to the one you found in defendant's home?
Yes.
Can you briefly or tell me your experience with that?
So in doing investigations for 10 years, there's always a large, surveillance aspect to investigations. And so by, doing those for 10 years, I would go out to various businesses and utilize, with their permission, the export functions on DVRs. And if you use, most DVRs are similar in nature to how you get the video off of it. So.
Did you seize that DVR?
We did.
And were you able to examine it to determine if it was recording on April 20th of 2024?
Yes.
It wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Did you find video pertinent to around the time of the crash?
Yes, we did.
And were you able to extract any copies of those videos?
Yes.
And you were able to access video?
Yes.
Okay. Did you review that surveillance video?
Yes.
And is this a copy of the recordings?
Yes.
Not all of the recordings?
Correct.
Just what's pertinent around the time of the accident?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know what camera this video is from, or cameras, if it's more than one?
Depending on the video, I believe it's the one from across the street on the barn, if it's showing the car leaving the residence.
Judge, we're going to move to admit Exhibit 11. If defense prefers, I can publish it first.
Your Honor, may we approach? Sure. Thank you. Where would you like us to approach? Over here.
Sidebar. The first sidebar. Now, come on, y'all. He knew this was going to happen. Why does he think we're not going to be able to watch this, or that the jury's not going to be able to see it? He knows we're going to be able to watch all this. No way the judge is going to keep this part out. This seals the deal right here, you guys. It takes away the whole seizure theory. If she was having a seizure, she would have been having it when she hit the first vehicle. She would have stopped. But no, she changed the gear and put it in drive and took off again. There's no way. It just doesn't. It throws the whole seizure thing out.
Mr. Mayor, you said Exhibit 11.
Yes, Judge.
You may go ahead and play it.
Okay, thank you.
I was just going to say, Your Honor, we had a sidebar on, if I may, on the record reflect that I consent and don't object.
Yep, this is the most important one. She could have walked. Oh gosh, that's a dog. Did I just see a dog? That's the first time I noticed a pet. I hope she doesn't hit any animals. That would only add to it. Frankie's panting. The front of the house always faces the water on these. Okay, that makes sense. This reminds me of Cape Cod. So there's her car that she's getting into. Now, just for everybody's perspective, the Swan Boat Club, looking in here, is to the left of her vehicle at this moment. She doesn't walk like that normally. There's no way, you guys. Okay, get ready for it. Well, when they switched the feed over to the other monitor, they pushed her walking backwards type thing. Oh my gosh, good thing that car got out of the way. He was like a few seconds away from being involved. If he had been, maybe that tragedy wouldn't have happened. Isn't it crazy the way things happen, you guys? It's insane. A moment could change it all. So what's taken her so long, I wonder? I think that detective had a respiratory illness or something. That's why he's breathing so heavy. Because he said that about his voice. Slow and steady, and then bam. It's not big enough. You can't. Oh, wait a minute, you guys. I just realized they cut out the image of her hitting the other vehicle over to the right. It was in the first footage we saw when they zoomed it in. In the evidentiary hearing, we could see the truck being hit. Oh, the cameraman zoomed in. You think the
Judge, for clarity, I will again move for the people's proposed exhibit 11 to be admitted.
Great job, cameraman.
No, People's 11 is admitted.
Deputy, what's the time stamp on that video? Detective, sorry.
Currently on the screen, it shows 2:01 p.m., I believe 2:01.
And in your reviewing of it, what time do you actually believe that to be?
3:01.
Which, does that correspond with the time that she would have crashed into Swan Boat Club?
Yes.
And in your role as executive in this case, do you know what time that crash occurred at Swan Boat Club?
Yes, as right around, I believe is 3 o'clock in like 50 some seconds, somewhere right around there.
And in your investigation, did you discover any other crashes that the defendant was involved in on April 20th?
Yes.
What did you discover?
So through this video, we learned that the defendant had crashed, excuse me, into her neighbor's truck with enough force to push it back over a fence.
Do you know approximately how far she pushed that truck?
I didn't measure it. I would guesstimate 20 feet.
Is that the truck you can barely see the corner of in the video?
Yes, and then also off screen there was a little pine tree that just to the right, if it would have been in front of the truck on the side of the road, that she also crashed into.
I know it's off screen, but are you saying it would have been over here off screen?
Yes.
Or on this side of the street over here?
Across the street.
Right here? On
Yes.
this side of the street where this driveway is?
Yes.
Okay. So she crashed into a pine tree?
Yes.
And then she crashed into the neighbor's truck?
Yes.
And then she crashed into Swan Boat Club?
Yes.
In your investigation, were you able to determine approximately how far defendant's home is from Swan Boat Club?
Just by using Google Maps, approximately 550 yards, or I'm sorry, 550 feet. not yards.
550 feet.
550 feet.
Judge, we would ask to show on the screen 9K, please. Detective, is defendant's home on this screen?
Yes.
It is where I'm highlighting?
Yes.
And what is this across the street?
The barn where the camera's located.
And so the neighbor drive would have been on this side, on the other side of it, right? Just off the screen?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to move to publish Exhibit 9, ZZZ. And Detective, do you know what this photo is?
Yes.
And can you see defendant's home in this photo?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury where the defendant's home is located?
So it would have been, it's towards the bottom of the photograph. That house right there.
This
Yes.
is her home?
Yes.
And this is the garage across the street you referred to?
Correct.
Is this the neighbor's vehicle that she crashed into?
Yes, it is.
And that's the fence you described?
Yes.
Did you, were you involved in an interview with the defendant?
I was.
When did that occur?
That occurred on the day after the crash, the
So that
sort of
would have
21st.
Sunday, April 21st?
Yes.
Where did you conduct that interview?
At the Monroe County Sheriff's Office, Detective
And
Bureau.
who was present during that interview?
It was myself and Detective Modelinsky.
And was it recorded?
It was.
Have you reviewed that recording?
Yes.
Is it accurate representation of the interview?
Yes.
Has it been edited to your knowledge?
No.
No. Were portions that are inadmissible taken out for the jury's view?
Yes.
Judge, we will move to admit Exhibit 10, but we do not intend to proffer it to the jury at this time. Judge, it is hours long, and
You've not seen this?
we provided it to the defendant months ago.
Judge, I understand that we provided it, but I don't know if that's the same one that I've seen. I don't mind tonight looking at it, and then in the morning, Your Honor, I can consent or object if it's not the same. I can't just do something blindly, sort of. And I don't mind putting the hours in tonight after the court.
Defense has a copy on its desk, Judge. I'll reserve this witness. We can bring it back up tomorrow.
All right, we'll do that.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. If your representation is, well, go.
Judge, no further questions at this time. Obviously, we're going to hold this witness.
Understood. Cross.
I bet that's why they cut today a little bit shorter than normal. Okay, the defense got a point on that one for now anyway.
Is it Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Sergeant. And you're a detective, correct?
Yes.
And you were a detective back on April 20th of last year?
Yes.
Were you the one primarily in charge of the case?
No, it was a team effort on behalf of a lot of sheriff's office personnel. I just kind of coordinated that.
All right, thank you. Now, you executed a search warrant at my client's home at about, would you say about 3:12 in the afternoon on April 22nd, 24?
I'm not sure of the exact time. I thought it was possibly before lunch. If my memory serves me right.
Records, at least the ones I've looked at, say about 3 o'clock, a little after 3. Could that be wrong?
I haven't seen those records. My recollection is it was a little bit earlier than that.
Okay. And are you aware of me filing my appearance with the prosecutor's office?
Objection, Your Honor. How is this relevant?
I'm asking him.
How is it relevant?
I mean, can I ask the question and then
Well,
we'll
the question
find
is
out?
whether it's relevant or not, when you filed your appearance.
Well, because I was never contacted and I want to confirm for the record of when I filed my appearance, if he can say yes or no.
The objection is sustained. Next question.
If you don't mind, I asked the prosecutor if you could cue up the second picture that was that you were talking about. I appreciate it. Trust me, I walk over there to point.
Sure. All right, why don't you speak up?
I will. So you go back to the one prior to this, please.
Talk about this one?
Prior to that, or
So.
Are you asking for the video or the picture?
no, there was a still picture. There was a still picture, and you had said in the upper right-hand corner, or was that the actual video that it looked like a still picture?
Okay, hold on just a moment. You're referring to this?
Yes, thank you very much. Officer, can you see?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm not so tall, but there's a tree about right here. Would you agree?
Yes, there's a pine tree over there.
And this video that you obtained from my client's home security camera, does the original one show that tree? In other words, this goes back, let's say on this tree, 4 inches, 5 inches.
So the video that I extracted was given to the prosecutor's office, and that's what yes.
Yes, what? That there was a tree?
Yeah, there was a tree. Not in the video that I saw, no.
Is this a duplicate of the original that you took from my client's home?
It's the original, yeah.
This is the original?
Yes.
You didn't make a copy for the prosecutor, and that's what's being shown?
I extracted the video, put it on some media, and then put it into the evidence locker.
You say extracted. What do you mean by that?
So when you extract the media, you go through the DVR, say what videos you would like to export, and then you put them on some sort of media, whether that be a flash drive, a thumb drive, a pocket drive, and then that is then placed into the digital evidence locker at the sheriff's office.
Did you have somebody that was trained in IT, or did you handle this yourself?
I did it myself.
All right, I don't have any other questions.
Redirect.
Can we play it again? I think we should.
Detective, does this video appear the same as how you originally saw it?
Yes,
Did you make any changes or alterations to the video?
I did not.
No further questions, Judge.
Any follow-up?
None, Your Honor.
All right. You may stay.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Judge, we're gonna call Deputy Burghardt. I think he's short enough to finish before lunch.
Okay.
So yeah, this happened all before lunch today.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be
So
the truth, the
you
whole
think
truth,
maybe he was trying to bring the tree to everyone's attention to take away from the car that she hit?
Deputy, if you would state your name and then spell your last name for us, please.
Deputy Nicholas Burkhart, Burkhart.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Deputy, what do you do for a living?
I'm currently employed by the Monroe County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you held that position?
I was hired in April of 2006.
Okay. Do you have all the training, certifications, and education necessary to be a peace officer in the state of Michigan?
I do.
Those are up to date today?
Yes, sir.
And they were up to date on April 20th of last year?
They were.
What's your assignment within the Sheriff's Department, Deputy?
I'm currently assigned to our department's civil division. At the time of this incident, I was assigned to our department's traffic services division.
Could you explain to the folks on the jury what traffic services does?
The traffic services division is a unit of the sheriff's office that responds to traffic crashes that involve critical injuries or fatalities.
So for lack of a better term, you folks do accident reconstruction and crash investigations.
That is correct.
Were you working on April 20th of last year?
I was.
And were you dispatched to a scene that brought you here to testify today?
I was. At the time of this incident, when it occurred, I was handling a separate injury traffic crash in Monroe Township, and I responded to this incident after that one was completed.
Okay. What did you do where did you respond?
So I responded to the Swan Boat Club, and then upon my arrival, I began taking preliminary photographs of the scene, and I also was assisting other deputies on the scene.
Was your primary assignment in the role to which you were assigned, traffic services investigation?
Yes, it was.
And to that end, you took photos of the scene?
I did.
Did you also oversee the extrication of the vehicle from the building?
Yes, I was present when the vehicle was removed from the building. And then I followed the vehicle after it was taken from the building to an inside storage location at Jim's Towing.
Okay. You answered my next question. It was towed by Jim's Towing?
Correct.
And stored there at their tow yard?
Yes, it was stored in an inside locked facility.
So you took your photos of the scene before the vehicle was removed?
Correct. I took initial scene photographs prior to the vehicle being removed, yes.
Okay. And then did you take any photos back at Jim's Towing?
I did. On the 22nd of April, I returned and took additional photographs.
Okay. Deputy, this is what's been marked people's 13A to PP. You've seen these photographs before?
Yes, sir, I have.
And these are a fair and accurate representation of what you saw of the scene and of the vehicle back at the tow yard?
Yes, sir.
Vehicle pictures. Oh, okay. Yeah, we need pictures before her crash, though.
People's 13A through people's 13 PP are good.
Thank you, Judge. And Deputy, I'd just like to view a couple of those photos with you. Could we bring up 13L? Deputy, what does this
Holy moly.
depict?
This depicts an overall frontal view of the vehicle that was involved in this incident while it was in the inside storage facility at Jim's Towing.
Okay. If we could see M, please. And what does this depict?
This is a closer up version of the damage to the front of the vehicle.
And if we could see N. What does this depict?
Again, this is another picture of the front end damage, just kind of focusing on the right side of the vehicle.
So you initially went to Jim's Towing on the 20th. You returned on the 22nd to continue your investigation. Is that correct?
That's correct. I followed the vehicle to assure that it was placed in a secured inside storage facility. And then I returned on the 22nd to continue the investigation.
Okay. Other than taking photos, did you do anything else as it related to the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
I stood by while an employee of Jim's Towing removed the vehicle's event data recorder so I could take it back to the sheriff's office as part of the investigation.
What is an event data recorder?
An event data recorder is a module in most motor vehicles that will monitor various diagnostic points of a vehicle. It kind of constantly overwrites itself until an event occurs that causes the data points to be locked in.
Have you received any training with regard to event data recorders?
I did. In August of 2021, I successfully completed the Bosch CDR technician training that was provided by the Institute of Police Technology and Management at the University of North Florida.
So Bosch CDR training, what is that for the jury's understanding?
So the Bosch CDR is a computer program that allows us to image the data that's been locked in a vehicle's event data recorder and use that image to produce a report that can be analyzed.
Okay. So you took custody of the physical device, the physical unit from the tow truck driver?
That's correct.
And once you took custody of it, what did you do?
Once I had possession of the EDR module, I returned to the sheriff's office and utilized the Bosch CDR software to obtain an image of the data that was stored on the EDR module itself.
Have you done this sort of thing before?
I have.
About how many times?
I would estimate a few dozen times.
Okay. And this extracts information from the unit to create a report, you said?
Yes, it takes an image of all of the saved information on the module and generates a report for it.
Okay. Deputy, I'm going to show you what's been marked People's 14. It's a stipulated exhibit, but I'll just show it to you to identify it. Could you tell us what that is?
Yes, I can. So this is a copy of the Bosch CDR report that was generated as a result of the image that I took of the data that was on the EDR module.
Okay, and that's the EDR module. Well, let's back up. I never asked you this. What kind of vehicle is this?
It's a Ford Edge.
Okay. Do you know what model year?
I do not know off the top of my head.
Okay. So at this point, Judge, people would move for admission of People's 14 as a stipulated exhibit.
I believe it was stipulated already. People's 14 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. So despite how many of these you've downloaded, are you qualified to discuss the contents of the report?
I am not.
Why not?
There's a separate course, which is an EDR analysis course, and I have not attended that yet.
Okay. So you're qualified to procure the image, but not to analyze it and discuss it?
Yes, so my qualification is for the use of the CDR imaging tool that allows us to obtain the image from the stored data.
Okay. I don't have any further questions for Deputy Burkhart. Judge Cross?
Deputy, it's from here, keep my voice up. You didn't do any of the reading or interpretation of this whatsoever. I just want to make that clear. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any questions.
All right. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. You're excused.
All right. The next stream that we're Oops. I don't think I had my thing up here, did I, when we were watching that? Dang, I meant to have that up there. The next one we're going to watch is the second part after lunch. It's little, just like an hour and 8 minutes. The mom does come up to testify, so I want to give everybody plenty of warning. It's going to be sad. It's going to be emotional. Hang on, I got to find it. I was looking to see if they had put anything else out that would show us, like maybe an additional video for the day. But I think this is it for the day, so we'll be caught up. They're coming back from lunch now.
Welcome back. You may be seated. Thank you for being on time. I really appreciate that. Your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. People call Lieutenant Brian Quinn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Certainly.
Lieutenant, would you state your full name and spell your last name for us?
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Quinn. Last name spelling is Quinn.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Lieutenant Quinn, what do you do for a living?
I'm a police lieutenant with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for the Monroe County Sheriff's Office?
25 years.
Did you have any law enforcement jobs before that?
I have.
And where was that?
I served 10 years as a police officer within the state of New Jersey.
Still haven't lost the accent.
I guess not.
What, as a lieutenant in the Monroe County Sheriff's Office, what do you do? What are your specific duties?
Currently, I am the commanding officer of our traffic services unit. That traffic unit will serve as the main unit for all serious and fatal traffic crash investigations. During my week, I review anywhere between 60 and 100 crash reports authored by sheriff's deputies within the county. We also do salvage vehicle inspections, regular vehicle inspections, and we do talks throughout the county on traffic enforcement.
Prior to your promotion to lieutenant, what was your position within the sheriff's office as it pertains to the traffic services division?
I held the rank of sergeant.
So you were head of the traffic services division?
I was.
Have you received any specialized training in regards to traffic services?
I have.
Lieutenant, I'm going to show you what's been marked People's Exhibit 15. Can you just tell us what that is?
Your Honor, I'd like to look at it, but you could be looking at it.
Got a copy right there.
I'd like to verify it's the same.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Sure. Can you take a look at that for me, Lieutenant, and identify for the court what that is?
This is what we call a CV. Basically, it's a resume of my previous work experience throughout the years working in law enforcement.
And you prepared that document?
I did.
And you provided a copy of it to me at my request?
I did.
And it's a fair and accurate representation of your training and experience in the traffic services accident reconstruction EDR field?
It is.
Okay. People would move to admit that as People's 15, a copy of Lieutenant Quinn's curriculum vitae.
People's 15 is admitted.
Judge, I think we also have on our list of stipulations that Lieutenant Quinn is an expert in EDR imaging and analysis.
Say it again, EDR.
Imaging.
Imaging analysis.
And analysis.
Imaging and analysis. Court determines based on a stipulation that this witness is an expert in EDR, imaging and analysis.
Thank you, Judge. So if you could explain to us, Lieutenant, what EDR imaging and analysis is.
An EDR is also known as an airbag control module, or basically your vehicle's black box. Your vehicle is pretty much recording, even though it is asleep, everything that you're doing once you get into a motor vehicle, if your vehicle is supported. There was federal law passed in 2014 where every vehicle has to have EDR in vehicles. So when you're operating your motor vehicle, the EDR is activated. For example, if a deer jumps out in front of you and you take an invasive maneuver, you're jolting your vehicle back and forth, your EDR pretty much says to itself, something's going on, we have to start to record. Now it's recording everything that you're doing. If everything smooths out after the fact, the EDR goes back to sleep and it would pretty much overwrite itself. But if there's a significant event, that EDR will lock that event. And if you're involved in a traffic crash with airbag deployment, that event will always be locked and will never leave the system. Me as an analyst, there's a difference between analyst and a technician. A technician is one who can, number one, determine if your vehicle is supported by EDR. And if it is, the technician will gather all the cables that are needed to hook into a system called Bosch CDR. And the Bosch CDR will take an image. Basically, it's a picture of that event. It's not a report that's generated. It's just a picture that's put on paper. The analyst, the technician can look at the report. And one thing that he will do, even as an analyst myself, we look for keystrokes to verify that the image we're looking at is from the crash that took place.
Okay. So that's kind of what an EDR does. We heard from Deputy Burkhart before. He is a technician, not an analyst.
Correct.
Okay. So you have specialized training above and beyond what Deputy Burkhart has.
I do.
And that is to look at this image and to be able to interpret it.
Correct. One thing I'm going to look for in a crash event is if there's any braking involved. And now this is something that a technician can't do. As an analyst, if there is braking involved and it's documented on the image, there are mathematical formulas that I can use to determine the actual speed of that vehicle when the event occurred. Now, these formulas will only give you up to 5% or 4% above or below what the EDR report is showing.
Okay. Well, let's start with this. What kind of vehicle was the defendant driving on the date of the crash?
A 2017 Ford.
Was that supported by EDR?
It was.
And Deputy Burkhart was able to download an image of that EDR?
He was.
And you've had an opportunity to take a look at that image and review it?
I have.
You mentioned earlier in your testimony, Lieutenant, keystrokes. As it pertains to EDRs, what does that mean?
This is very important. And again, going back to when I first look at the image, for example, if I have a keystroke of 500, it's going to show me the ignition cycle at the time of the image. And if it says 1,000, well, then we're 500 off. I'm going to know that what I'm looking at regarding that image is not from that crash.
So I guess clarify that for me. So because in your example, because the EDR image reflects a keystroke, what does a keystroke mean in layman's terms?
Starting your vehicle.
Okay. So because that EDR image in your example is from keystroke 500, and when you download it, you can see that you're now on keystroke 1000, you know that that EDR image is not in time with the current keystroke, because that was 500 ignition cycles ago.
That's correct.
Okay. Does this EDR report reflect those two components in defendant's vehicle?
It does.
And what does it reflect?
The keystroke, I believe, was 8,195 at the crash, and the keystroke upon this image was 8,196. So we're off by one.
So so does a keystroke occur when one removes the EDR?
Anything can trigger a keystroke. A lot of people, if they get back into their car and they keep trying to start the car, every time they try to start the car, it records a keystroke. If your battery becomes dead, or if you disconnect from your battery and then you reconnect, it creates a keystroke. Normally, when we see anywhere between 5 and 10 keystrokes off, to me, that's still the same image pertaining to that crash. But for this crash, we're only off by one.
And what does that mean?
It's my opinion that the EDR image in this case is from the crash.
Okay. So you mentioned, Lieutenant, that certain things will cause an EDR to wake up or activate. Can you speak a little bit more about that to the jury? What types of things can cause that?
Again, any type of evasive maneuver as to where if you're not traveling in a straight line or negotiating a curve at a basic speed, if you jolt your vehicle, it can cause the EDR to wake up. If you're involved in a car deer crash, it will cause the EDR to awake. If you're involved in a significant event, it's definitely going to cause the EDR to awake and start to record. But again, if your vehicle has airbag deployment, that EDR image will be there and you can never really remove it.
In that type of circumstance, Lieutenant, would you say the EDR image is locked within the system?
That's correct.
So talk about a little bit for the jury. What types of things does a EDR record?
A lot of information.
Well,
so basically, it can record whether or not you're wearing your seatbelt as the operator. It will record if your passengers are belted. It will record every time you hit your brake pedal. It's going to record percentage of throttle. It will record your speed. It will record what's called a delta V, which is a change in velocity. It will record if your headlights are on or off at the time. It's just a lot of information on the report itself.
So you had an opportunity to analyze the EDR image from this vehicle from this crash. Is that correct?
I have.
And did this EDR record an event?
It did.
Did it record more than one?
It did.
How many did it record?
2.
From that same ignition cycle?
Yes.
So referring to, you've had an opportunity to review the report.
I have.
And do you have a copy with you today?
I do.
To refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So does the EDR record the speed of a vehicle?
It does.
Does it record the percentage of acceleration? In other words, the percentage of the accelerator pedal?
It does.
Does it record braking?
It does.
Does it record what gear it's in?
It does.
So you said there were 2 events for this ignition cycle.
Yes.
If I could ask you about the first event, what does the EDR show for that event as far as gear?
It shows reverse.
Okay. Does it show, well, the EDR, how far back does the recording go prior to an event?
Everyone can be different. Usually they're 5 seconds pre-impact.
Okay. Is that in fact what this particular EDR recorded, 5 seconds prior to event?
I believe so, yes.
And for all those types of things we just talked about, braking, accelerator, pedal, percentage, and speed?
It does.
And it'll tell you the speed right up to the time of the crash?
Yes.
Okay. Lieutenant, could you tell me as to the first event, what the speed at the time of the crash was?
I would have to look back at the report.
You needed to review or refresh your recollection.
Yes. At the point of impact, it was 13.8 miles per hour,
Okay. And what was the accelerator pedal percentage?
100%.
So aside from just, I don't want to say just, but aside from analyzing this report, you're familiar with the full scope of this investigation, is that correct?
I am.
And you're familiar with the video evidence and investigation by other deputies, is that right?
I am.
That crash that's recorded by the EDR, can you equate to the jury what real life event that memorialized?
Looking at the image itself, the operator of the vehicle for the first event had the vehicle in reverse and went into like a U-shaped motion and then crashed into another motor vehicle. But that first crash, there was no airbag deployment, but it created such an event that the EDR recorded it. And then shortly thereafter, there was another event.
Okay. So in the context of all the other information you know about this case, what crash is that EDR event referring to?
The very first EDR image?
Yes, sir.
It's referring to the very first crash, motor vehicle versus motor vehicle.
Okay. And Lieutenant Quinn, I'll refer you to the table for the second event. You have that?
I do.
In that event, first of all, the EDR recorded it.
It did.
And it recorded back 5 seconds from the time of the crash. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in reviewing the entirety of the EDR image and the investigation, what crash does this reflect?
This image reflects the vehicle striking the building.
Okay. Can you tell at the time of the crash whether or not the braking system was engaged?
Yes.
Was it?
No.
Can you tell at the time of the crash what the accelerator pedal percentage was?
96.6.
What does that mean to you in terms of real life, in terms of what someone's doing in a vehicle?
The pedals to the floor.
And can you tell me, Lieutenant, 5 seconds prior to the crash, what was the vehicle's speed?
29.5 miles per hour.
How about at 4 seconds prior?
30.3 miles per hour.
3 seconds prior?
30.7 miles per hour.
2 seconds prior?
32.9 miles per hour.
1 second prior?
37.8 miles per hour.
And at the time of impact, 0.0 seconds.
44.3 miles per hour.
No further questions, Judge.
Cross?
Sir, does it matter if the vehicle is a two-wheel vehicle or a four-wheel vehicle?
It does not.
And so you're putting that, you weren't there when this crash, of course, correct?
That's correct.
So you're relying on a mechanical device, correct? You're relying on a device, not a human being, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're saying it was approximately 40 miles an hour or thereabouts, correct? At the time of impact of the building?
I can only tell you what the 2017 Ford, that airbag module reported as in the image at 44 miles per hour.
And I'm sorry, how fast?
I'm sorry, 44.3 miles per hour.
And would that occur to reach that speed about 400 feet away from that speed you just mentioned in airbag deployment? Would that be, to reach that speed at 450 feet away, you'd have to pretty much put the pedal down to the metal, so to speak. Am I right? In other words, you wouldn't be driving 5 or 10 miles an hour and slowly drive those many seconds for 450 feet. You got the pedal, especially in gravel, to the floor. Would you agree? Or close to the floor?
I would say 50% to the floor.
And I don't have any questions.
Any follow-up? Briefly. Just on that issue, Lieutenant, just looking at the same graph that's presently, or if we could go back to the, just looking at the accelerator pedal percentage, going from 5 seconds to 0.0 seconds. Is it consistent or consistently rising, or does it fluctuate?
For the second event?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Oh, it's rising.
Well, so the third part on the second event, on page 27, how does the accelerator pedal percentage start at 5 seconds?
As if she's not pressing on the gas at all.
Okay, and then what does it go to at 4.5 seconds?
59.3%.
And at 4 seconds?
0 again.
And at 3.5 and 3 seconds?
80.1%.
And at 3 seconds?
82%.
And then at 2.5?
0 once again.
And then at 2?
100%.
So it's not consistently held to the floor?
No, it's not.
Okay. No further questions.
Just one question, Your Honor, if I may. Thank you. Would it be consistent with somebody initially putting the pedal to the floor, for lack of a better way of saying it, and then ease up, and then pedal to the floor again? Is that how it looks? Or does it look like somebody put it to the floor and then just eased up and cruised into the building?
No, just from reading the image itself, and again, at 5%, there's no percentage. So her foot wasn't even really giving it any pressure at all. But as we continue, obviously, you could see by the image that she is pressing on the gas. She releases the gas, and then she gets on it once again. So it's back and forth.
So it's almost like there's a seizure, a relax of the muscle, and a seizure again of the foot, whether it's intentional or not. Do you agree with that?
Objection. I think that question is highly suggestive.
Well, I'll withdraw it, but
okay.
I think the jury can.
All right. May this witness be excused?
Really?
Yes, Judge.
But
Thank
I
you.
think the jury gets it.
Next witness.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, people call Diane Medina.
He's trying to go with the seizure thing. Yeah. Well, if she was having a seizure and she was out of it and her foot went all the way to the floor, then it would have stayed that way consistently, is what I think.
Swear or affirm that the
Could be wrong.
testimony you are about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Man.
Make sure
Ms. Medina, would you state your name and then spell your last name for us?
Diane Medina, Medina.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Medina. Thank you for being here today. If I ask you to repeat something, just lean in a little bit to the microphone, okay? Ms. Medina, are you familiar with the Swan Boat Club?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with that?
I am a member of Swan Boat Club.
And how long have you been a member of Swan Boat Club?
10 years.
Are you currently a member of Swan
I
Boat Club?
am.
Were you present at the Swan Boat Club on April 20th of 2024?
I was.
Why were you there that day?
I was there for a child's birthday party.
Did you know the child?
Not directly. I've met him maybe once or twice. Friends with the mother.
And who is his mother?
Kristen Sigler, Tweety.
Do you know what time you arrived to the party on that day?
I do. I got there about 10 minutes to 1.
And can you describe the party when you first arrived through the next hour or so?
It was beautiful. It was, I get choked up thinking about it. It was any kid's dream birthday party. It was just magical.
At some point, did something cause the party to come to an end?
It did.
What happened?
A car came through the wall.
Where were you sitting, if you can recall, when the car came through the wall?
My back, I was sitting at a table with my back to the wall where the car entered.
Do you have any memory of the crash?
I do.
What do you recall?
I remember hearing like a loud explosion, a bunch of like dust or debris going from the sides of my face. I remember being pushed. And I remember everything went silent for a split second. And I remember saying, don't step on me, because there was a bunch of stuff on top of me. I found out later they were tables. People were pulling the tables off me.
You mentioned a moment ago that it all went silent. Did you lose consciousness that day?
I don't know that I did. I do know that I ended up with a concussion, but I don't know if it was like a moment stopped for me in my head, but it was like silent and then chaos.
Ms. Medina, I know that this is going to be hard, but can you describe the chaos that you just referred to?
I just remember people screaming. I could hear people running around.
I'm sorry, Ms. Medina, we're going to wait. Thank you very much. Ms. Medina, did you incur any injuries as a result of this incident on April 20th of 2024?
I did.
Can you just briefly list for the jury some of the injuries that you incurred?
My pelvis was broken in 6 places. I had a screw that's 6.5 inches long going through my pelvis. I had internal bleeding. I had to have surgery to stop the bleeding. I had to have a blood transfusion, a concussion, like I said. My nose was crushed. I've had 2 surgeries on my nose. I had a hematoma the size of a baseball on my arm. My tibia was fractured. I found that out later once I started walking. I think that's all I can remember.
Okay. And I know you mentioned a loss of consciousness or something. You weren't sure if that was the case. Did you ultimately get diagnosed with a closed head injury?
I did.
Okay. And I don't know how much you can elaborate on that, but just based off of your medical treatment, what, if any, treatment have you sought regarding that closed head injury?
I had to go to speech therapy.
Have you had any memory loss?
I did. I had a little bit of memory loss, but it was during conversations, I would lose my train of thought in the middle of a conversation, and I had to find my words.
On the day of April 20th, 24, do you recall if you were taken to the hospital?
I was.
Okay, what hospital were you initially taken to?
Originally, I was taken to Monroe.
And did you stay at Monroe?
I did not.
Where did you go, if you recall?
I was taken by ambulance to Toledo because it was a trauma hospital.
Do you know how long you were in the hospital for?
I was in the hospital for a total of 17 days, 10 in Toledo and 7 in a rehab facility.
And so from Toledo, were you discharged to that rehab facility?
By ambulance, yes.
Now, Ms. Medina, you went through a list of the injuries that you incurred. As you sit here today, what injuries are you currently still dealing with?
I just recently had, I believe it's called an EMG, and I had 2 tests done on my nerve because I'm having nerve pain in my right leg. We're not sure if it's caused from the accident nerve damage or from the screw that's going through my pelvis.
Obviously, we watched you walk in here today. You're able to walk?
I am able to walk, but it does hurt to walk. Every step hurts.
Was there a period of time when you were not able to be mobile?
Yes, for 3 months.
Do you have trouble? I know you said every step hurts. Do you have trouble sitting for long periods of time?
I have to, not, I do, but you kind of, shift, yes.
This might sound like a silly question, but prior to the crash, did you suffer from any of these injuries?
No, I did not.
Did it hurt to walk prior to this crash?
No, it did not.
Are you in any pain at the moment?
Right now, no.
Do you take any pain medication daily?
I do not.
Okay. At the time of the crash, so April 20th of 2024, were you employed?
Yes.
How were you employed?
I was quality control for Hollingsworth.
And are you currently employed in that same position?
I am.
Did you have to take any time off of work?
Yes, I went back to work September 6th.
So approximately, if you can tell me how long?
4 months.
4 months?
I think, I don't know, from April 20th to September 6th.
Okay, that's okay. An approximation is totally fine. And if any, what kind of therapies are you currently still treated with?
I am not doing any therapy. Therapy was bothering my nerve in my legs, so we stopped until we figure out what's going on with that.
Okay. Ms. Benina, thank you for being here today. Those are all the questions that I have for you right now.
Thank you.
Cross? No cross. All right, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, the people would call Leah Stiff.
When you have surgery like that, your body is never right again. Like she said, she's in pain constantly because of this, a numb that the doctors cannot even fix. They probably won't be able to fix it. So sad. Yeah, lifelong effects that this woman caused from other people.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Man, this one. Make sure the chair doesn't roll off. Okay, I got you. Miss, would you state your full name and spell your last name for us?
That is going to be Leah Stith, and that's spelled Stith.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Leah. Thank you for being here today. If I tell you to say something again, it's just because the microphone needs to pick you up. Okay? I know you speak softly. Leah, are you familiar with the Swan Boat Club?
Absolutely.
How are you familiar with the Swan Boat Club?
Me and my family have been going to that boat club for about 9 to 10 years.
Were you present at the boat club on the date of April 20th, 2024?
Yes.
And what brought you to the boat club that day?
It was my little cousin's 2nd birthday.
So you knew the birthday boy?
Yeah.
And that was your cousin?
Yeah, definitely.
Do you know what time you arrived to the party that day?
I want to say around 1:30. I'm not completely sure.
And can you describe the party? What it looked like when you arrived?
If anybody knows Tweety, they know she can throw a little kid's birthday party. It was beautiful. There was just circus decorations everywhere. Everyone was having a good time.
At some point, did something happen that caused the party to end?
Yes.
What happened?
From what I remember, there was just debris flying everywhere, and it seemed like an explosion had gone off. And that's what I just assumed because of how much havoc was going on. But when I had woken up, I couldn't physically move. So I just heard everything around me.
Do you remember if you lost consciousness?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you come to realize whether it was an explosion that caused the party to stop?
Once I was able to move, I could only move my leg and my neck. It was probably just shock, but once I could move my neck, I looked over and saw the car through the building.
Yeah, I know you mentioned that you lost consciousness. Did you have any other injuries as a result of this crash?
Yes, I had 3 broken ribs, a punctured lung, a broken sternum, a giant hematoma on my head, as well as a concussion, and severe PTSD.
On the date of April 20th, 2024, do you remember if you were taken to the hospital?
Yes, I was.
Okay, do you remember what hospital you were taken to?
That was, they may have renamed it now, but Trenton Beaumont at the time.
And did you have a stay at the hospital?
Yes.
How long were you there for, if you can recall?
About 3 days. I want to say 2 nights, 3 days.
And I know you went through a list of injuries, but how are your injuries as you sit here today?
Physically, I am doing okay. I still have random aches and things along those lines, and I am in the gym all the time, so I feel like not secure doing certain movements just in case something's not right in my body, which that's an everyday thing for me. Mentally, that's a whole nother story. I don't drive myself places very often now. I'm very afraid of getting in cars, especially when others are driving. My anxiety has definitely gotten a little worse because of what had happened. It causes random outbursts of it. Going along with the PTSD, anytime I'm in a car, I have like slight panic attacks. But besides that, there were no lasting injuries besides mental.
Were you employed as of April 20th, 2024?
Yes, I was.
And where were you employed?
I was employed at the Taylor Ford dealership.
Okay. And I know you since moved out of state since then, but as a result of this incident, were you off of work for any period of time?
I was off of work for a few months, and then I started doing part-time. It got a little overwhelming because I was working with cars constantly. And considering every time I'm in a vehicle, I get severe anxiety. I just try to avoid driving, but I recently decided to get a new job, try and forget what had happened.
Prior to the incident, do you know how much you were working at Taylor Ford? How many hours a week?
50 plus.
And then after this incident, you said you went down part-time?
Yeah, and I was doing maybe 15, 20 hours a week.
Leah, how old were you at the time that this accident occurred?
I was 18.
Thank you for being here. That's all I have for you right now.
Cross-exam. All right, thank you. You may step down. Next witness, those people call Mariah Phillips.
Okay, just a quick reminder, everyone. This is going to be the mother of the children coming up, and it might get pretty sad and it might get graphic. I don't know. So just a warning.
Do you solemnly swear tell you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Ma'am?
Miss, would you state your full name and spell your last name for us?
Mariah Dodds, Dodds.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Dodds, you're the mother of Zayn, Alanah, and Jaden Phillips.
Yes. Yes.
Where were you headed on April 20th of last year?
I was headed to a birthday party
Where was the birthday party being held?
at the Swan Boat Club,
Have you been to the Swan Boat Club before?
just the night before to help decorate.
What garnered you an invitation? Why were you invited?
I'm the little boy's godmother.
And that was because of your relationship with Kristen Sigler at the time?
Yes.
Do you know what time you arrived at the birthday party?
It was approximately at 2:08 p.m.
And did you come alone or who attended with you?
No, I had my mother, my 3 children, Jaden, Alanah, Zayn, and my nephew, Edward's mothers.
Once you got to the party, what did you do?
When we got there, we just explored what was all set up. There's multiple tables and games, a bounce house in the backyard, and the kids just roamed around and had fun.
At some point, did you tell the kids it was time to eat?
Yes.
And you didn't arrive till 2:05, so do you know roughly what time it was that you said it was time for lunch?
It was close by 2:50 p.m. because it was right after Happy Birthday was sang.
Okay. What is the last thing you can remember from the birthday party?
After they sang Happy Birthday, my kids got their food, they were eating, and eventually when they were done within a few minutes, they ate pretty fast. We were gonna go outside back in the backyard to go on the jump houses, but I placed a cake pop in front of Zayn and Alanah so that way they would be able to get one before they all ran out. And that was the last thing I remember.
So you don't remember the crash at all?
No.
After the crash, what's the first thing you remember?
Waking up in the hospital.
Okay. Do you have any recollection of the boat club after the crash at all?
No, just I remember trying to open my eyes and it was black, like I was asleep or something, and I heard like long distance voices. And it was just a few things that I heard, and then that was it. And then I woke up in the hospital.
You don't remember an ambulance ride or anything like that?
No.
The first time you woke up in the hospital, what was your condition?
I was choking on the tube that was in my throat.
You
And
had a intubation, a breathing tube down your
a
throat?
ventilator. And then I was asleep. And then I woke up again.
When you woke up and you were able to assess yourself, what did you realize had happened to you?
Well, when I opened my eyes, I seen I was in a hospital room. And at that point, I didn't have the ventilator down my throat and my wrists were free. They weren't strapped down. And I heard my sister next to me crying. And I asked her, why am I here? And she said there's been an accident. And it occurred to my brain that how I was in a building the last time I remember at a birthday party. And then I freaked out because it hit me, where's my kids at? And then that's when she told me that Jaden was, life flew to a hospital and Zayn and Alanah were no longer there.
And you're in the hospital.
Yes.
Do you know what position you were in at that time physically?
When she told me, I started to freak out. I wanted to jump up, but I couldn't. I was hooked up to so many wires and machines, and at that time, I didn't feel no physical pain because of all the medication they were pumping through me.
Did they put you back to sleep again? Do you know?
Yeah.
At that time?
Yeah, it's like I tried to scream, and then everything was black again.
At some point when you had an opportunity to gather yourself, were you able to learn what injuries you had suffered?
Yes.
What were those, Mariah?
I had a punctured lung, broken ribs, a broken shoulder blade, a hematoma on my pelvic. My chin was busted open. My lip was busted open. I had mouth injuries resulting in losing a tooth and nerve damage throughout my face because of my teeth.
Do you know, by the time you were able to wake up and comprehend all this, how long you had been in the hospital under sedation?
No, just of what my family told me.
It was days, though.
I didn't wake up till the next day after the accident. And I got released from the hospital 4 days after the accident.
When you went home, were you able to walk and move freely?
No.
What kind of impediments did you have when you went home?
I had to use a walker if I did get up. It was very hard to move around. I couldn't get into a vehicle for probably a month. And if I did, it was hard. It hurt severely. I couldn't sit straight up. I couldn't lay down, flat down. And it was just rough. I just sat there basically until I healed, until I made progress to move around. And I had physical therapy come to my home to work with me. And then that was helping. And then they sent me to outpatient therapy, and that it helped extremely.
And how long did that all take?
A couple months.
You said that you learned that your son Jaden had been life flighted to a different hospital.
Yes.
How long was Jaden in the hospital?
2 weeks.
Okay. When he came home, he eventually came home to your house?
Yes.
Were you able to care for him?
No.
At the time, how old was Jaden?
He was 11.
He's 12 now?
Yes.
Did Jaden receive any home care? I know you mentioned physical therapy for yourself.
Yes. He had physical therapy, occupational therapy, and then a regular nurse coming to the home.
Okay. Do you know what injuries he sustained?
Yes.
What happened to Jaden?
He had multiple broken bones that consisted of his wrist, his fingers. He had a broken pelvis, his legs. He had a big gash in the back of his head. He also had a punctured lung, broken ribs, and a concussion.
Did he have to have surgery?
Yes.
Do you know what part of his body he had to have surgery on?
His femur, his legs.
How long, well, first I'll ask this way. Jaden's not going to come testify today.
No.
Is Jaden able to walk and get around today?
Yes.
How long did it take for him to be able to do that?
Many months. I can't even give an exact time frame.
Mariah, you were able to bring a photo of Zayn and a photo of Alanah for the jury to see today. Is that right?
Yes.
Mariah, are those your children?
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
Cross.
He better not cross. He's gonna cross it. He's gonna cross-examine her. Oh my gosh.
Very sorry. I'm sorry for your loss. I lost my son in September. He died peacefully at home. He was older. And every time I work on your case, I think you. And I think of your children. You have my deepest sympathy. And I'm human. I might be a defense attorney, but I'm human. And you seem like a much stronger person than me.
It's hard.
My prayers are with you and your family. I wish you the best. People keep telling me God has a plan. I guess that's what we got to do. So I just wanted to come out and tell you true heartfelt that I feel very bad for you and your family. It's a club you don't want to belong to. And I don't have any questions for you. You've gone through enough in life. But
Judge, people appreciate
I'm
Mr.
done.
Clovis'
I'm done.
sentiment.
Okay, thank you very much.
May she be excused?
Yes.
Thank you, which means you're able to stay.
That was so tacky. That was not.
Hey, Bill, would you come up for a second?
He didn't even have a question for her. He just wanted to get up there and do that
Both of those will get him out of the shirt.
in front of everybody. He just grandstanded. Oh my word. I cannot believe that just happened.
Detective Josh Modelinski, Your Honor.
Sorry. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Your Honor, would we approach him very briefly? Yes. Just be careful about sliding.
Yes, sir.
We've lost him.
I'm surprised the judge didn't call him out. Maybe the judge is going to get on him right here and now. At least she showed some remorse. It's very unprofessional. I thought that he was going to ask a question. And so I was kind of like, okay, where's he going with this? Because if he needed to ask a question, I could see him kind of laying that out there a little bit. But then he just kept going on and on about himself. And then he just sealed her fate with the jury. I feel, well, it's going to be sealed anyway, but he's not helping his client at all. I mean, that was grandstanding. That was tacky. Yes, Claire, that was sick. I'm floored by that.
For me and spell your last name, please.
Joshua Modelinski. It's Motylinski.
Thank you, Judge. How are you employed, Mr. Modelinski?
I'm employed by the Monroe County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed there?
I have been employed there for 13 years.
Do you have other law enforcement experience prior to that?
No.
And do you hold all of the trainings, education, certification necessary to be a peace officer in the state of Michigan?
Yes.
Were those up to date on April 20th of 2024?
Yes.
Were you working on April 20th of 2024?
I was not.
You were employed by the Sheriff's Department though?
Yes.
And what was your assignment or role at that time?
I am a detective. On that particular day, I was on-call status.
How long have you been a detective?
At that time, I was a detective for about 2.5 years.
Were you involved in the investigation at Swan Boat Club on April 20th, 2024 and subsequently?
Yes.
What was your role?
I received a phone call from my supervisor, Detective Sergeant Hooper. He called me to inform me of the incident and asked me to respond to the scene.
And ultimately, was a determination made of what officer would lead that investigation?
Yes.
Who was that?
That would be me.
And so you were off that day, you said?
Correct.
Were you home?
I was.
And so how did you get to the Swan Boat Club?
I got dressed in my uniform, and then I proceeded to get in my patrol car, and I drove to the Swan Boat Club.
Where is the Swan Boat Club located?
It's in Newport, Michigan, off of Branchart Road.
Is that Berlin Township?
Yes.
County Monroe?
Yes.
State of Michigan?
Yes.
All right. What did you observe when you arrived at the Swan Boat Club?
When I arrived, there were many medical personnel and police agencies on scene. When I got there, I parked my patrol vehicle and I made contact with the supervisor of the road, Sergeant Bomia. I also made contact with Detective Martin, who had arrived just prior to my arrival.
Do you know approximately what time you would have arrived?
I arrived at approximately 4:30 p.m.
Was the defendant still there?
No.
During the investigation that you conducted, were you able to determine approximately how many victims in total there were?
Total victims, there were approximately 12. Serious injuries, through my investigation, there was 5.
And you entered the Swan Boat Club, I assume, on that day?
Eventually, yes.
Okay. And what did you see inside?
Total disarray of what appeared to be a child's birthday party. There was tables, chairs thrown everywhere, food. It was just total destruction.
Did you see any remnants of alcohol at this party?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Any empty beer cans?
No, I didn't see
Empty
any.
beer bottles? Empty kegs or kegs in use?
No.
Detective, what is a medical examiner investigation?
A medical examiner investigation is a investigation done by a detective or a deputy that is trained through Dr. Carl Schmidt, who is our chief medical examiner for Monroe County. It's an investigation done by one of those people trained to help the coroner. Basically, it gives them a understanding of what happened at the scene. So it's a report prepared by a medical examiner that shows what the scene was. We take photographs, and then that report is turned over to the coroner or the medical examiner for autopsy purposes.
Is that because there's not a coroner on scene?
Correct.
So it explains to the coroner what occurred on the scene.
Correct.
And did you conduct a medical examiner investigation in this matter?
I did. I conducted 2 that day.
You did 2, one for Zayn and one for Alanah.
Correct.
And what were the nature of your findings? Where was Zayn Phillips located in relationship to the crash?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Where was Zayn Phillips located after the crash?
When I arrived on scene, Zayn was in the back of the ambulance in the parking lot of the Swan Boat Club.
But as part of your investigation, were you able to determine where he was prior to that?
Yes. Through my investigation, after the vehicle impacted the building, I was determined that Zayn was under the front driver's side tire. Some civilians at the party had lifted the vehicle and removed Zayn, at which point another civilian took Zayn outside and laid him in the grass right in near where the hole in the side of the building was, and at which point they waited for medical personnel to arrive.
Was he pronounced dead at the scene?
He was.
And what about Alanah Phillips? Where was she located?
Alanah was located wedged between the door between the breezeway and the pavilion party area and the front passenger side of the vehicle.
And was she also deceased at the scene?
Yes.
Judge, I have what are marked as People's Proposed Exhibits 23 and 24. These are the MEI reports for Alanah and Ms. Van Zayn. I think these are stipulated too, but I'll move to admit those.
People's 23 and 24 are admitted by stipulation.
And similarly, Judge, Exhibits 26 and 28, I believe are stipulated too. These are the ME reports. I would move to, okay. Move
26 and 28, People's 26 and 28 are admitted by stipulation.
Executive, I'm going to hand you Exhibit 26. Just take a look at that. Can you tell me what that is?
This is a case summary on the death of Alanah Grace Phillips.
And can you please proffer to the jury the cause and manner of death for Alanah?
The cause of death is multiple blunt force injuries. And then in parentheses, it says instantaneous. The manner of death is accident.
And I'll hand you what's marked as Exhibit 28. Can you tell me what that is, Detective?
This is a case summary on the death of Zayn Isaac Phillips.
And can you tell me the cause and manner of death for Zayn Isaac Phillips, please?
The cause of death is multiple blunt force trauma. And then in parentheses, it says seconds-minutes. And the manner of death is accident.
Thank you, Detective. Detective, I will go to your staff. Okay. And Detective, as your role as the lead investigator on this matter, were you able to obtain medical records for Mariah Dodds, Diane Medina, Leah Stith, Jaden Phillips, and Edward Smothers?
Yes.
And Judge, I believe these are stipulated too as well, but for purpose of the record, I move to admit Exhibit 34, medical records for Edward Smothers, Exhibit 33, medical records for Diane Medina. Exhibit 32 is medical records for Jaden Phillips. Exhibit 31 is medical records for Leah Stith. Exhibit 30 is more medical records for Miss Medina, and Exhibit 29 is medical records for Maria Dodds.
No objection. All of those exhibits are admitted by stipulation.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross.
Is he okay? Do we need to check on the defense attorney? All of a sudden he's back up and good.
When you were investigating this case generally, right? There wasn't just one section that you investigated.
I investigated it as well as multiple other detectives with their department.
Okay. But there were multiple areas that you investigated, right?
Correct.
Did you have a chance to go execute a search warrant at Vernus?
I did.
Okay. And how did you come about for information to even think of Vernus?
The information was relayed to me through the other deputies' prior investigation before I got there, that she had been to Vernus.
Suppose in a nutshell, I say, what was it based on, an affidavit, or what facts that made you think of Vernus and not somebody else's place?
I believe the defendant told one of the other deputies that she had been to Vernus.
You have to, and I apologize, you have to speak up a little bit more.
From the other deputies' investigations, she advised one of the deputies that she had been to Vernus prior to the incident.
For lunch?
Yes.
Okay. And that would have been about what time, do you recall? You based your search warrant on about what time?
Noon.
Okay. And so did you and or other deputies go out to Vernus and sort of close out the area sort of as a crime scene?
Other deputies did.
Okay. And would that be like with yellow tape or something, or just, it's private, don't come in?
When I got there, there was no yellow tape. It was just, don't come in right now.
Okay. All right. And the search warrant in your investigation, you participated that at Verna's bar or whatever it's called?
Correct.
Okay. And did you talk to somebody there? Was there like a Kelly Ford or somebody?
I did not. Detective Sergeant Hooper was with me, who talked to the owner of Vernus.
And did your subpoena, were you able to get copies of any receipts that would have been in my client's name?
Through a search warrant, I got a receipt.
Okay. And what did that receipt show?
The receipt indicated that she had purchased some food and one glass of wine.
One glass of wine and some food?
Correct.
And did you get a chance to talk to anybody that waited on her, served her, such as Kelly Thornton?
I did not.
Would have Detective Hooper, do you think he did, or don't you know?
I'm not sure if it was Detective Hooper or another deputy that was already on scene.
Did you have any other proof that my client drank anything else while on the premises?
At that time, during the search warrant?
During the search warrant.
No.
Okay. And were you aware that when my client was initially interviewed at the crash scene, that she told one of the investigative officers that she had one glass of wine at lunchtime?
Yes.
And with Vernus, does that line up with what my client told the officer, with what happened at Vernus, one glass of wine? We're talking about Vernus, one glass of wine.
Right.
Does that line up with, she said, one glass of wine at Vernus?
While I was at the scene?
Correct. Let me back up. My client stated at the crash scene during the investigation, you've come to learn, that she had she said she had one glass of wine at Vernon's at lunchtime with friends, correct?
Correct.
And then when you executed the search warrant, unannounced search warrant, you pulled up a receipt from either a charge or a debit of my client's, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and it showed one glass of wine, correct?
Correct.
And it showed some chili or fish sandwich or something like that, right?
Correct.
All right, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Let me redirect. No. You may stay.
Thank you, sir.
But it's my understanding you don't have the evidence.
That is unfortunately true today, Judge.
All right.
Oh, my goodness, you guys. Whew, I just got our first thunder for the evening, so I guess I am fixed to get some storms. Before we go, I want to show you this interview they did with the father after court today. Might have been during lunch. I don't know. Let me present that. This was a different news station.
This is the first time that we've had the privilege to speak to you. It's been almost a year since the crash. How are you doing?
With everything that's been going on, I truly do miss my kids. It's been very hard without them. We buried them 3 days before his 5th birthday. So basically, collectively, me, Jaden has been everyone just adjusting without them. And basically, daily has been hard because during the weekends, the weekdays, I would talk to my daughter all the time. My son, he was just learning FaceTime. He didn't even know how to work a phone. He was learning it. Alanah, she was learning basketball. I played basketball for like Wyandotte, Detroit, all through Taylor. That's what I do. And she was just learning the sport. She would go with me to learn the game. And last Saturday before they passed away, she just went to the basketball game. So it was kind of just, her birthday was March 29th. So like 3 weeks, she just had her birthday and everything.
Can I ask, how is Jaden doing?
Jaden is really doing good. He's recovering a lot more. He's out of his walk.
Okay, I don't know what happened. I added it to stage. Can you see it now? Audio only. That's so weird. Let me do something else. Hang on. Let me try. Let me take this off. Stop screen and present. Share. I'm about to do a new share screen. All right. Now, can you see it? Anybody? You still can't see it. Okay, you can. Okay. All right. That was weird.
Yeah, I guess this is the first time that we've had the privilege to speak to you. It's been almost a year since the crash. How are you doing?
With everything that's been going on, I truly do miss my kids. It's been very hard without them. We buried them 3 days before his 5th birthday. So basically, collectively, me, Jaden has been everyone just adjusting without them. And basically, daily has been hard because during the weekends, the weekdays, I would talk to my daughter all the time. My son, he was just learning FaceTime. He didn't even know how to work a phone. He was learning it. Alanah, she was learning basketball. I played basketball for like Wyandotte, Detroit, all through Taylor. That's what I do. And she was just learning the sport. She would go with me to learn the game. And last Saturday before they passed away, she just went to the basketball game. So it was kind of just, her birthday was March 29th. So like 3 weeks, she just had her birthday and everything.
Can I ask, how is Jaden doing?
Jaden is really doing good. He's recovering a lot more. He's out of his walker. He was going PT 3 to 2 times a week. He's still going at this time, but his mobility is really like slow, I can say.
Yeah.
So he's still working on recovery, but he's doing good right now.
And I understand that you're separated from the children's mother, correct?
Yes, we have been separated for about 3 or 4 years, which was mutual separation, with, Facebook, internet, everything. It was just a mutual separation. But when it came to our kids, we've always been on common ground with them.
Well, that's amazing.
Yes.
Can I ask how she's doing?
As far as I know that she's still in recovery also, she's still doing it, but she struggles daily. I don't want to speak on her behalf, but I know she is losing a lot of sleep without her kids also.
Yeah. Every time that we cover a trial like this, I really can't imagine for you, the family, having to watch that video. How has it been for you having to watch the video and see what happened to your children?
I wasn't there. They left my house at 12. So for them being gone, I thought they was coming back. And seeing that video is very haunting because there was so many other ways it could have happened. It was like a straight shot for it happening. So seeing that, my heart drops to my stomach seeing it every time. The only thing I want out of all this is I want my kids to rest peacefully. I feel like everything that's been covering this story has been mostly been about her. And the reason why I'm doing this is because the whole 10, 11 months, you don't see Alanah or Zayn really anywhere. So I really want them to be recognized, be missed. And that's why I'm basically doing this now instead of waiting, like I waited this whole time.
That makes sense.
I was in the hospital with Jaden for the first 2 weeks. That's why a lot of people didn't see me, because I was with him. UNM, he was fighting for his life when he got airlifted to UNM.
Okay.
So that's why I've been staying out of basically interviews and everything, and I have my attorney with me if anything goes wrong or anything like that.
Okay.
It's me and her. As you see, it was a date. She was always my princess. Like, she was a daddy's girl. We looked just alike. Here's a family picture of us.
Sorry.
And here's Jaden when we was at the hospital. So he was like, he's a very, very strong boy. When he was first in there, I didn't tell him about his brother and sister till after, because I didn't want him ripping wires out. I wanted him to really concentrate on getting better. So I didn't tell him anything. I have so many, I go to their gravesite every day, like at least 2-3 times. I'll go there. I'm doing what I really clean it up. I put toys there. I sing to them. They have a book shelf right there, so I read books to them.
You go there every day?
Every day to every other day. I'm doing this summer. I got a pillow and blanket. I'm gonna sleep there from 8 o'clock to 3 or 4 until they kick me out. I really love going there. This was the headstone we had picked out. They love Stitch and Hawk. So I kind of represent them. If people want to know how to represent them, it's through Stitch and Hawk. She was my little Stitch because she was everywhere playing. She was very artistic. And Zayn, he was a little Hawk smashing red ginger kid. He was funny. Here's a beautiful picture of her.
Oh, she's beautiful.
Thank you. As you see, here's a video. I go there all the time, and I'll put, you see, little Croc. And they're McDonald Crocs, so they would always have Crocs. So I try, even though life is moving on, I try to make them as much a part of life as I can with them not being here. So that's why I'm there a lot. That's the only close I feel to them.
Yeah, you get that.
But coming here is just reality that they're really, really gone.
I am so sorry for your loss, truly.
When I tell you I go there every Saturday after a game, I'm in my outfit still, just sitting there 5, 6, 7 hours. I got kicked out twice so far for being there past 5.
Yeah.
I don't think there should be a time limit. When I tell you she went to my games, see?
Yeah.
I really miss them. She wrote me all the time. That's her and her brother when they wrote me and put, "Love you, Dad."
I wish they'd show the
Shouldn't be
images.
gone. She was so full of life. She was happy.
Oh God, it's horrible. Let me check one thing real quick. Restaurant host fundraiser for the kids.
Well, there is an outpouring of support for the family amid this tragedy. A GoFundMe account has already surpassed its goal of $200,000. And that's not all. Community members and co-workers of Mariah Dodd are also coming together to aid the family in their time of need. 7 News Detroit's Whitney Burney is at the restaurant where Mariah works with what they are doing to help.
In a kitchen in Woodhaven,
Are we going to bag up those Nacho Supremes and botana? Yep.
Natalia Rodriguez is adding a little extra love into each plate.
I just want her to know that we really have respect and love for her and hope that she continues to just keep pushing through. Mild and hot. So one of each.
Rodriguez is talking about her friend and employee, Mariah Dodds, a mother who lost 2 of her 3 children when a drunk driver plowed into the Swan Boat Club in Berlin Township Saturday afternoon while Dodds and her kids attended a birthday party. Tonight, Dodds and her 3rd child are recovering from serious injuries.
As soon as I found out that it was her, I just immediately, what could I do to help? And food is my passion, and this is, my livelihood. So this is the way that I can do my best to help her.
Working to lift one of their own up, the family restaurant Adelita's has vowed to donate 30% of the proceeds from all orders today and Thursday and put a donation bucket out for customers.
Can't imagine. And a grandparent, it affects the whole family.
Lisa Mousseau, who has never met the victims, one of the many customers who drove in to donate.
Well, I think, obviously they're going to have some big expenses, and that's something they shouldn't have to be thinking about right now in their grief. So I thought it was important to come out and support them.
I'm so appreciative of the community coming together and, just helping the both of us.
If you weren't able to come out and support today, the restaurant will be open again on Thursday and hosting the same fundraiser. We'll have more information inside the story at WXYZ.com. Reporting in Woodhaven, Whitney Burney, 7 News Detroit.
Thanks so much, Whitney.
Hang on, there was one more thing that I wanted to show you guys. It's some kind of tribute or something to the kids.
We begin tonight with a community in mourning. Thank you for joining us for 7 Action News at 11. I'm Simon Shaykett. The investigation continues after a driver plowed through a child's birthday party at a boat club in Monroe County Saturday afternoon. 2 young children, a brother and sister, were killed. More than a dozen others injured. The driver is in custody, accused of driving while intoxicated. The tragedy shaking the quiet Berlin Township neighborhood. 7 Action News reporter Tierra Braddock first brought us this story yesterday. She's back on the scene tonight where the community is coming together and coping with grief.
Community members have been stopping by the Swan Boat Club to pay their respects to the victims of the crash. As you can see, there is a small memorial set up outside the building.
We just couldn't believe it, we still can't believe it.
At around 3 p.m. on Saturday, tragedy struck at the Swan Boat Club in Berlin Township.
We have a black escape that went through the building. At least 5 people are injured on the ground. It was a children's birthday party. Several small children are injured as well.
According to the Monroe County Sheriff's Office, a 66-year-old woman was intoxicated and she crashed her SUV into the side of the building. At least 15 people were injured. 2 kids died, an 8-year-old girl and her 5-year-old brother.
Everybody's sad, my wife is crying. I just feel sorry for you, and in our prayers.
Ed Wendersky lives down the street from the boat club. He says his son's pickup truck was hit on Saturday. He believes it was by the same driver who crashed into the boat club.
I don't know if you can see the tire tracks. His, front tire, his back tire was probably about here, and then we paced it off. We think that it got pushed back about 12 feet.
I also spoke with another neighbor who was out with his young daughter as she was riding her bike. He had this message for the victim's family.
Absolutely.
I wish we'd have talked to that guy in trial. Maybe they'll bring him up as a witness. The guy's truck, because we had mentioned that before. The guy whose truck got hit.
Really heartbreaking, and it's just a terrible tragedy. And we are very, very sorry for your losses, and you're in our thoughts and prayers.
The 2 siblings who were killed in the crash were students of Flat Rock Community Schools. The district sent out a letter regarding the situation. Here's a little of what it said. Words cannot adequately express the depth of our sorrow, nor can they ease the pain of those who are grieving. When our students return to school on Monday, our counselors and social workers will be on hand to provide support and assistance to any families who may need it. We are still working to learn when that woman will be formally charged. She is currently in the Monroe County Jail. The sheriff's office is also investigating a local bar where the woman may have been prior to the crash. In Berlin Township, Tierra Braddock, 7 Action News.
So that was really early on.
Sarah, thank you. And
hang on, guys. I want to show you something. I want to go back to what we were just watching. Bear with me. Hang on just a second. I want to watch that again, what that attorney did, if you guys are okay with it. I got to see this again. I mean, we didn't even pay attention to the last witness because we were all so floored. and still talking about her. We're not going to watch him again, but I want to watch the attorney get up again. That was insane. Insane.
For the jury to see today. Is that right?
Yes.
Mariah, are those your children?
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
Cross.
Yeah, I don't think this judge is he's going to go for the jugular. Well said, Barbara.
Very sorry. I'm sorry for your loss. I lost my son in September. He died peacefully at home. He was older. And every time I work on your case, I think you. And I think your children. You have my deepest sympathy. And I'm human. I might be a defense attorney, but I'm human. And you seem like a much stronger person than me.
It's hard.
My prayers are with you and your family. I wish you the best. People keep telling me God has a plan. I guess that's what we got to do. So I just wanted to come out and tell you true heartfelt that I feel very bad for you and your family. It's a club you don't want to belong to. And I don't have any questions for you. You've gone through enough in life. But
Judge, people appreciate
I'm
Mr.
done.
Clovis'
I'm done.
settlement.
Okay, thank you very much.
May she be excused?
Yes, thank you.
Which means you're able to stay if you wish. Hey, Bill, would you come up for a second?
He said, "Hey, Bill, will you come up for a minute?" Who is Bill?
Just give me both of those.
I just want to know why. As soon as he said, I just want to let you know I don't have any questions. The prosecution was like, Judge. He was the same way we were. Oh my gosh. Look, he's a defense attorney. And somebody said he specializes in DUIs. Is that what you said? Wow. I've never seen that. Like y'all said, I've never seen that before. I mean, we've seen a lot of defense attorneys go low, right? We expect them to go low from time to time. I've never seen that before. I just knew he had a question for her. Oh my gosh. Louise says, I was driving and screaming at my phone. Unbelievable. Yes. I can't believe we haven't seen more news popping up. But Court TV is going to be all over that one. Wait till Julie at Court TV gets a hold of him. Ooh. Speaking of which, she had a very nasty thing to say about the Colin Griffith. I'm not called Colin Firth. Colin Firth is the actor, and I always want to say Colin Firth. Colin Griffith. I was doing a video, and I'm waiting for some more stuff to come out because I want to do a video after the verdict on Colin Griffith because that trial was so crazy. But we won't watch that today. Yeah. Even if he had, let's put it this way. even if that defense attorney had good intentions to do that, and maybe he did. Let's just give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he did. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Completely inappropriate. And like Barry said, if his wife saw that, she would slap him upside the head. Okay, so Laura sent me a note here. She says, it says an attorney who is a former school board member is facing a drunk driving charge. Bill Calavas, who served on the Southgate Board of Education from 89 to 93, was arrested by Michigan State Police in January. Wait, the attorney who served on the Board of Education was arrested by Michigan State Police in January. His blood alcohol level was above 0.18%, more than twice the legal limit under Michigan law. Calavas, I don't even know if I'm saying it right, has a practice in Southgate and is a former law partner of 28th District Court James Candrevas. The charge was mistakenly dropped. Okay, wait. The charge was mistakenly dropped after a February 20th pretrial hearing. According to the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office, the case was dismissed in error. Spokeswoman Maria Miller said that the assistant prosecutor at the 28th District Court was told to dismiss the drunken driving charge in lieu of a lesser charge, and then to have the state police reissue a careless driving citation. He would have been disbarred for DUI, would he not? Laura, she's digging up the dirt over here behind the scenes for y'all. January of this year? No, it was last year, I think, right? They heard about it between the news and school, and I wasn't sure if it was appropriate. I still have them saved, and I didn't know what to do with it. Okay, wait. The defense attorney. We're talking about the defense attorney. 2024. He had a 0.18 blood alcohol level, and he was a DUI attorney. Barry said that's still recent enough for him to decline a case with, but $250K. Yeah, ethical obligations. He could have declined based on ethical obligations, Barry says. I don't know what you're trying to send, but send it, Ashley. We'll take a look at it. Oh, your little girl drew pictures for the mom of her kids. Oh, I think you should mail them. I definitely think you should mail them. That's sweet, Ashley. It's going to be things like that that help. It's going to be small things like that that are going to add up. You'd be surprised what hearing from a child would probably do for them right now. They've been hearing from enough adults, I'm sure. Laura says that article was originally published April the 13th of 2004. That was a long time ago, you guys. Still. Would have he been, if he had a DUI as an attorney, would he be disbarred for that? Could he be disbarred for that? He needs to retire quietly. I don't think it would be in bad taste at all, Ashley. I don't think that at all. Just write a little letter from one mother to another and say, I really think that you should see these. No, most lawyers would be in AA. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my goodness, you guys. The stuff that comes to light. It was thrown out, and that is why he went into DUI law. Well, good for him. Good for him. It seems like he can't read the room very well, can he? Definitely cannot do that. All right, guys, that was everything from today. We are caught up, and it's only 8 o'clock. I can't believe that. I really was worried that we were going to be going late into the evening on this. But I think they did cut the day a little short because that was only 4 hours that we watched, a little over 4 hours worth of coverage. And usually there's at least, I'd say anywhere between 5.5 to 6.5 hours, even on, when you take in lunch and everything else. So I think what we'll do tomorrow is I've got this stream scheduled to come on at noon. That way, if we need to kind of say our hellos, get settled in, we can do all that prior to them dropping that first video from the morning, because they're an hour ahead of us, or they're an hour ahead of me. So when I say noon, I mean noon Central Standard Time, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I've already got the link set up. When I end this stream, you will be redirected to the new stream, okay? I want to thank you all for coming in today. I want to thank you all for your love and support for the victims. Joanne, thank you for becoming a new member. Laura, thank you again for gifting memberships. And I don't know where they went, but I know we had some starred stuff on here. Some other people had given. Where'd they go? They're gone. I know we had some super chats. I know Claire was one. Thank you so much. I know Mark was one. Patty. Was that from this morning? Maybe that was from the other chat. I don't know. We've had so many lives today. I'm losing my mind. Okay. Well, thank you all very much. And I will see you in the morning or tomorrow afternoon. Have a great night, everybody. Try to get some sleep.